Introductions by members. Honourable Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. In the main chamber, I call continued debate, Committee Supply of Ministry of Health. In Committee Room A, starting at 2:30, call continued debate for the Committee of the Whole on Bill 10, Budget Measures Implementation Act. And in Committee Room C, call continued debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of the Attorney General.
Thank you. Committee chairs.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the Committee of Supplies, Section B, to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Health. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I move vote number 32, resolve that a sum not exceeding $28,526,258,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Health Ministry operations to 31st March 2024.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, and welcome, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague and friend, the member for Prince George Valemount, for allowing me to ask a question here on behalf of my constituents. I had a meeting with a mom who has a son that struggled for a number of years with addiction. And that son has been on the streets, but then he made the decision he was going to come back home. He came back home into White Rock, and he had some severe problems in terms of using. There's some physical reaction. There's obviously there was a very heavy mental reaction as well. Police came, and he was transported to Peace Arch Hospital. He was admitted through the emergency department, and this is kind of where I want to go with this. Just one, and I've talked to the minister about this issue, is the mental health and substance use facility at Peace Arch Hospital, which has been completed. I've actually personally toured it in the fall. Large amounts of that money was fundraised by the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation, Surrey Firefighters Association, the White Rock Firefighters Association, private donors, other organizations, all put forward their money to raise funds for this unit. When I toured it, the beds were there, the paint was there, the chairs were there, everything was there, plus a lock because it wasn't open, because they couldn't staff it. So this young man, taken by the police, had to go through the emergency ward with police and then have in one of the most difficult times of his life, his mom's life, in a full emergency ward to have to get treatment, also having White Rock RCMP in attendance there, 12 feet away is a completely brand new facility that was locked shut. So that's a hard one to explain. And I know that as of March 7th, that it has opened, but only partially opened. So what I'm looking for from the minister today is a commitment and time frame on when, because mental health, substance use, it's 24/7. There's not set hours. But if there's set hours at this facility, that's not the best use of something that people have worked hard for, contributed for at Peace Arch Hospital. So when will this facility be fully operational 24/7 at Peace Arch Hospital?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you, the member, for the question. He's correct, and it was really, it was and is a source of pride as Minister of Health that we were able to fund that capital project at Peace Arch Hospital. Obviously, the significant portion of the funding was from our capital budget, and that was important. We also had significant funding from the community. And I must say that the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation, as he will know, is an extraordinary organization that raises a great deal of money, and the commitment of the community, the whole community to that foundation is there. And I'm proud that we were able to go forward with that project and really like projects in Langley, at Eagle Ridge, and in Abbotsford, which were smaller projects, but still than say a new hospital or a major hospital rebuild, but very significant projects, all costing in the tens of millions of dollars. The member will know that the new emergency department opened in October 22. So when the member talks about a facility, it's part of the emergency department I think he's referring to, which is the specialized part of the area of the emergency department for people who present with mental health and addiction issues. It's very important it was put in there for a reason, as he says, because, and I think this is a factor in every hospital capital project we make with an emergency room, creating capacity and privacy for all patients, but in particular for patients living and going through a mental health crisis, which would often be the reason why you'd be in an emergency room, and member cites the case of his constituent. I think that's important. So it consists of two consult rooms. It consists of a patient exam room, a seclusion area, and a waiting area. So it's not a new facility, but it's an important part of the facility. So I'm not, I don't want to suggest I'm debating that. I'm just saying this is the emergency department as it developed. As the member will know, that there are two psychiatric liaison nurse positions that are required to open the specialized area. They're approved, they're funded, and they're working to hire those people. And as soon as that's, and so it's not a date per se, though some action has happened already, but as soon as that happens, and we have the staff in place appropriately, the facility will be open, the care will be provided in that space. It's important also to know that this is an extraordinary new emergency department. I know he knows that because I'm sure that he's visited there. We didn't have occasion, because this has not been a period for announcements and maybe celebrations as much as we'd like. We didn't open the new emergency department, but at some point I think we should have an occasion to come together as a community to recognize both Fraser Health and the community on that question. So I think that's really important to do that. But I know it's a really important investment. It's a critical thing to happen, but I also want everyone who's served by the area to understand that the emergency department cares and cares well in this this excellent emergency department for people who present whether with physical or mental health issues. I know the member knows that. I agree with him that we want it open as soon as possible. It's funded. We're actively recruiting. We're making some progress there. And as soon as that happens, then the member also knows that I will keep him informed of progress.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and staff for that answer. I will say, I think a celebration, it's been, I think the Minister, with respect, may be surprised what that reaction might be. I've known the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation for a long time. I've grown up in that area my entire life. The constituents there, that was just one case that I cited. But we are talking about, it is a new facility, and yes, it's next door to the emergency room. That's all new build, right? It's all new build, but that is a separate component, separate access area, separate corridor. I've gone through it. I've also gone through the emergency department, and with my kids, and I've seen it shut. People don't even know it's there. They now maybe know it's there after March 7th because they've utilized it. But I think what I'm asking for with respect to the Minister is that people from that community have opened up their wallets. People have left legacy in their passing to the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation. My grandfather, when he passed, part in his will was a donation to the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation. That's very common in all hospital foundations. But there is an expectation that if people make that commitment, that the government makes a commitment to them of when that will be fully operational. So March 7th, it was kind of open in periods. It's still that case. So when you go there and you're experiencing a mental health episode, a substance use issue, you're not guaranteed you're going to have access to that. You may be put through emergency where you don't have those privacy barriers in place that the Minister referenced. So I think my question is, maybe it's not as simple as I want it to be, but I think my constituents deserve to know when that facility will be open 24/7. Is there a time frame that this Minister can commit to today that I can take back to my constituents to say, by this day, this will be fully operational? And I think that would be a source of pride for the people that went out and fundraised, put forward their own dollars to try and get this facility up and running.
Minister.
I think, and I don't think, I'm not debating the honourable member on this. I think the people who want to see that happen are the people who want care, and that's all the people in the region. Right? It's not, and that I know people who are fundraising for that project because they advocated to me to fund the project, and we did, and I was very proud to do so. And I know the member supported that action, so I'm not creating a partisan issue in that regard. We were asked to fund it. We looked at it, found the money at Treasury Board, got the thing funded, it's built, it's completed. All of that's great work we did together. And I know that the people who fundraise, because I know them and I've worked with them, that their concern isn't that their dollars or anything about their dollars. Their concern is about people getting the care that they need. And that's my concern, and that's our issue as well. So we're working to get that done as soon as possible. And that in part depends on the hiring of people. We're looking also at other options in terms of the composition of staff to see that it's hired, it's opened as soon as possible, because it's a critical part, I would say to the member, of the emergency room. And it represents, I think, an innovation in the new emergency rooms, such as the one we've just built in Abbotsford and in Langley and at Peace Arch and at all the other projects. The most significant difference in many of these facilities between what was built in the 50s and 60s and 70s when they were often built and now is the composition of our mental health and addictions response, which too often before that they looked a little bit like they were jails. I mean, we talk about, the member for Williams Lake knows that there's a room at Caribou Memorial that's often used for this purpose. And one of the big changes that will come as we build that project is that very change. So I agree with the member. Want to do it as soon as possible. Fraser Health is making all the efforts to do so. And you know, I think that given that it depends on people coming and doing that, but rather than if that happens tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow. If it takes a little bit longer, it'll take a little bit longer, but they're also working very quickly to get that area, Zone 5, it's called, of the emergency room open, so that the full emergency room is open, so that all the people of the region, from White Rock and from Surrey and from others who might present at Peach Arch Hospital, which is, as he will know, a very popular hospital in the community, and very popular hospital as well with people who are presenting. And the addition of the emergency rooms made a big difference, and we're working on that. I appreciate his intervention.
Recognizing the member for Prince
Thank you, Madam
George
Chair.
Belmont.
And I appreciate my colleague's question on behalf of his constituents. I'm going to work through a couple of other MLAs who have specific questions. Then I'm hopeful the minister can give me the updates regarding emergency health services. I'm sure he wants to tell me about the vote that I assume is completed. And then I'm hoping we can keep up our breakneck pace to try to cover off as many topics as possible this afternoon. So I'm certain he will be in short snapper mode by the time we get throughout the rest of the afternoon. So I will cede the floor to my colleague from Caribou-Chilcotin.
Recognizing the member from Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Prince George Valemont and the Ministry for allowing me an opportunity to ask a question. I'm sure the Minister is aware of the situation that's been developing at Caribou Memorial Hospital with respect to staffing, particularly in our emergency department, of course, where there have been near closures. And I think Interior Health has been able to, for the large part, keep that open. They are temporary solutions that Interior Health has introduced, and certainly it's been a very serious issue for a while now. Many doctors, many nurses, and certainly many constituents in my riding have reached out to me calling for the hiring of physician assistants and also the rehiring of unvaccinated healthcare workers that are in our community. This is certainly a point that the official opposition has been trying to make for almost a year, certainly one that I agree with. I want to know why the Minister is so reluctant to hire these professionals that are in our community that are ready to go to work.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. First of all, the member will know that it's a provincial health order. And unless he's suggesting that politicians overrule provincial health orders, which remember represent the will of people in the sense that we passed the Public Health Act in this legislature. It was amended, passed under the NDP, amended under the previous government. It's in there for a reason. And one of the results of that, supporting our provincial health officer and our medical health teams, has been the extraordinary response in British Columbia to the COVID-19 pandemic in every community, including his own. And I appreciate all of the support that he's given to those efforts in the community. And so that's where we start. That's where it starts. But I want to be clear, I support Dr. Bonnie Henry. So I'm not saying in this case that that's their decision and it has nothing to do with me. I support the decision. Why was the decision made? We were the only jurisdiction in Canada to do it, to bring in, and it was done to protect patients in hospital. It was done to protect residents in long-term care. And I think on both of those bases, I think it was fully justified. People ask about other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions didn't do what we did. By the way, at the time it was called for by the official opposition as well as ourselves. It's something we worked on together. So that's what we did. We believe that those people most vulnerable, and there really is no dispute about the evidence here, most vulnerable to COVID-19 are people in long-term care. We all agree that. People who are going through acute care hospitals. One of the reasons why we were able to reduce other measures in those facilities a number of weeks ago. Dr. Henry was able to do that because 100% of our healthcare workers are vaccinated and have that protection, and by extension, support patients who who need that protection as well. So we have had the debate. I appreciate the members' difference of opinion, but we think the decision that British Columbia made in this area and in a lot of other areas where British Columbia led the way was the right decision, that it continues to be the right decision, that we have to give priority to patients. In the meantime, I won't give, because we're trying to be shorter this afternoon, so I won't give a long discussion of all the issues. But on nurses, huge increase in nurse training, new pathways to internationally educated nurses, a new agreement with nurses, and just to say to the member for Prince George Valemont, I think they're announcing that at 3:30, so we'll go through that news in real time. But they obviously have been voting on that agreement, which dramatically support nurses, in particular in communities such as Williams Lake, communities such as Quesnel, communities such as Prince George, communities such as Kamloops. Because what the agreement does is supports full-time, permanent nurses in position. So all of those actions we're taking on nursing and then on health sciences professionals, and I won't go over the success so far of the new agreement with doctors. All of those are part of a health human resources plan that is intended to address these issues. But we continue to take the view, the strong view, that BC's leadership position on the COVID-19 pandemic and the advice and the direction of public health is the right way to go, and we're going to continue to do that.
Member.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I don't want to give the Minister any indication that I'm not supportive of our nurses. Frankly, it's quite the opposite. I'm trying to support nurses that have reached out to me, doctors that have reached out to me that say that the time has passed. Now, I can appreciate that we did collaborative work a year ago or more, but this is a critical situation in Caribou-Chilcotin. And you know, we've seen closures in our 100-mile hospital, and I can appreciate that this is a challenging situation. But again, you know, with doctors, professionals, people far smarter than me, asking, begging for that extra help, because we are in a time when we are seeing very many health professionals take leaves, stay at home sick, whatever the case may be. It's creating even bigger gaps in our hospital. This is no longer just an MLA from Caribou-Chilcotin asking about this. This is no longer the opposition party saying that we need this help. These are healthcare professionals in my community that are asking why the ministry is so reluctant.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. And again, I don't think, maybe I'm misunderstanding the member if he's suggesting that we should overrule the provincial health officer and her responsibilities under the Public Health Act. I don't think that's what he's saying, but it sounds like that's what he's saying. And I'll say I don't want to get in a debate about it. I just disagree with that. That's all. And I believe that part of the reason we responded so well to the COVID-19 pandemic were these very actions that we took in BC, which were balanced and thoughtful and committed. With respect to nursing, just so we understand, there's no such mandate in Alberta. We increased the number of registered nurses last year in BC by 6.3%. In Alberta, they lost 0.7% of their registered nurses. We had an increase of 8.3% last year in our LPNs. In Alberta, that was 5%. They don't have a mandate. On health sciences professionals, it's been 25% over 5 years. But the demand for nursing, and this is absolutely true in Williams Lake, is very high. But there are also the views of the overwhelming number of health professionals who are vaccinated, and I mean 99% plus, who are vaccinated, 99% plus of nurses, 99% plus of health professionals, and a lot of people who want to ensure the protection and safety of our most vulnerable people are them as well. And so we take the position based on the advice of public health, which is led by Dr. Bonnie Henry, but has a team of medical health officers who are experts in this area and have surely led us well during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a provincial health order, one that I support and that we're going to continue to have in place. But BC has led the country in recruitment of health professionals, and we're the only jurisdiction that has the requirements that the member talked about. So I don't think, with great respect, the linkage is the one he's suggesting. In any event, provincial health order, we support it. It's in place to protect the most vulnerable people in long-term care and acute care, and it will continue.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. I maybe will ask this in a different way, and it'll be my final question. And again, I'm appreciative for the time. We have had some very serious situations in Caribou Memorial. Certainly, the Minister would know about a number of them. And I won't share those here today, but the families that have been involved in those situations are very, very concerned about what is happening. And I'm saying that so are the healthcare professionals. Again, I want to be crystal clear that this is me asking on behalf of my constituents and my healthcare professionals that work in Caribou Memorial Hospital. So I guess my final question to the Minister is that what would be the mechanism that would trigger or allow the Health Ministry to bring these healthcare professionals back that are currently unvaccinated?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would say, and I'd be happy to share with the member and the opposition the numbers. It's actually a fairly small, relatively small number of health professionals across the province, considering that the order basically applies to about 170,000 of them, more or less, who are in those facilities. So it's a lot of people. 99% of them got vaccinated. And by getting vaccinated, we have now a healthcare system that's 100% vaccinated, which makes it safer for people in acute care hospitals, safer for people in long-term care. And that's the priority of people in public health, to ensure that safety and to ensure the highest quality of care. And it's not just one set of healthcare workers. Healthcare workers as a group advocated for these changes, advocated for safer workplaces, advocated to ensure that their patients and people in long-term care receive these protections. And I think it's the right decision. And we were the only province in Canada to do it, because it was hard. And I am respectful of everybody. I really am. Like, you've never heard me, you'll never hear me be critical of people who made very difficult decisions in their lives, right? Never. But I think those were the right decisions, the ones we made in BC, where we led the way. Other jurisdictions tried to do it, jurisdictions such as Quebec, and they ultimately didn't succeed. But we did, because we were determined to protect the most vulnerable. And we had the support of the people of BC in doing it, and I think we still do. I appreciate the issues raised by the honourable member, and I'm not, and you haven't heard me. We had an exchange with the member for Prince George Valemount on this question earlier. So I am not saying that the honourable member doesn't care about the most vulnerable. I do not believe that's true. I'm just saying that this is our assessment, and this is why we made our decision. Right? So to be clear, it is absolutely a reasonable issue for debate. But again, I support the provincial health officer. I don't expect this to change. I don't expect this to change. In response directly, I think, to what the member is asking, like, is a change imminent? It is not imminent, because we're still in a COVID-19 pandemic. We still have our obligations. And having a healthcare system that's 100% vaccinated, that's good news for patients, good news for communities, good news especially for residents in long-term care.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the Minister, I'm back. Thanks to our critic for the extra time. As the Minister, through the chair, will know that I've been a staunch advocate for transborder health care between Alberta and British Columbia, because I live on a border community. And although we kind of canvassed this morning that we are serving through Revelstoke, Golden. As a matter of fact, Golden has a hot stroke protocol with the Foothills Hospital. Golden, and then of course Invermere, and the East Kootenay Regional Hospital for that matter. But our patients have been blocked, in many cases, going to Alberta. And everyone has said that it's a policy issue through the Alberta government. So I wasn't satisfied with that. And as a result, I did canvass with great due diligence Tyler Shandro, who was at that time the health minister, and now, of course, Jason Coppy. So I've become a pain in their behind, but asking questions. And I apologize if the minister didn't get this letter, because my intent was to send it to him. But I do have a letter here from the current Minister of Health, and I just want to read this into the record, and then I'll have a question. And this is a quote from the minister: supporting access to primary care, including to physicians, particularly in areas close to the provincial borders in rural Alberta, is an important priority for the government of Alberta. Alberta government and AHS recognizes the need to provide health care to those beyond Alberta. A number of intergovernmental agencies as well as informal agreements exist to support non-Albertans to receive the care that they need in Alberta. Given the concerns that you have raised and recognizing the opportunity to build from previous discussions, I have asked Alberta health officials to connect with their British Columbian counterparts to re-engage in this important matter. I look forward to the joint efforts to ensure clear and consistent processes across our health authorities to help residents in our border areas, your constituency, access the primary care that they need. So I guess with that said, from the minister himself, it doesn't seem like there is a policy issue. And I'm wondering if the minister can tell me if those folks that the minister had asked to contact British Columbian officials, their counterparts, as he said, has actually occurred, and what were the results of those conversations?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thanks to the member for his question. I've had occasion to speak to him before on this question, and occasion to speak to the member for Kootenay East, and my friend from Peace River South, and my friend from Peace River North. And because this is an issue up and down the border and an issue of concern to them as members. It's an issue that I've raised personally with Minister Copping at our most recent federal provincial territorial conference on health. That was in November. And in short, this isn't a BC issue, it's an Alberta issue. And Alberta made the decision, as you know, to restrict out-of-province ICU patient transfers and as of September 29, 2021, because of capacity issues in Alberta. And that restriction has been removed for out-of-province ICU patients. But the restrictions to out-of non-urgent elective surgeries that was been in place since January 2021 and is a capacity issue in Alberta. That's the reason for it. They repeatedly said that in private, in public, that that's the reason that they're having issues. They don't want to use that with their challenges and their surgical backlog, which was extended much more seriously than ours under COVID-19. They're not able to open that space is their position. I would like them, and I have endeavored to convince them to change that view. And here's why. We live in a country together, and that a significant surplus of Alberta patients get that treatment in British Columbia. And I have not responded to these restrictions in kind. And I don't think the honourable member would want us to get into the situation where we say no to them, you know. And so the real impact you see, and this affects his constituents more than most, is we've seen cases of patients from BC and Alberta hospitals has gone from about 3,000 to about 1,793 over the last few years. That's a real fact. They still take significant patients, the member knows that. And BC has basically stayed the same. It's always been more. It's about 4,000. So we're more than twice as many Alberta patients we treat in BC hospitals as they treat in our hospitals. So if we were to get into a discussion of tit for tat, the losers would be patients everywhere, in my view. And that's not what we're going to do. I don't think that's how we convince Alberta to change. What we have to do, and work with them to encourage them, is to address those hospital capacity issues they're facing. On most measures of wait times for surgery, we do better than Alberta. And that's an achievement of British Columbia surgeons and nurses and others. And that's part of the reason for the struggle. And as you know, the people of Alberta are in an election campaign. And I have been impressed by, and I'm sure I will continue to be impressed by, the breathtaking promises that are made in that election campaign. But nonetheless, and I will not comment further so as not to intervene in any way in that campaign. But I would just say this, that I think that that's the right approach. And I think the honourable member would share my position on that we not do that. We continue to serve Alberta patients because that's what we need to do. in British Columbia. We continue to work with the government of Alberta to take away that restriction that they've put in place for their capacity issues. And believe me, as Minister Copping and I have had this exchange, we understand each other, and they are facing some real capacity problems, and they had to make priority decisions, and this was one of them. And I'm respectful of that, just as I was respectful and worked closely with Minister Shandro before Minister Copping, and will continue to do so. But it's an issue that is of high priority for people on the border, including him and his constituents, the member for Kootenay East and his constituents, and we're going to continue to work on that. But yes, we talk to them about it all the time, and some changes were made with respect to ICU, and that's good. And I think we have to continue to do that in a positive sense, encouraging them and cheering for them as they address those hospital capacity issues, and we're able to go back to the pre-2020 situation.
Member.
Through you, Chair, to the Minister, and thank you for that. It's encouraging, and I actually agree with everything that you said. The question that I have, though, is that I know what the current Minister of Health in Alberta said, follow up with me if my people didn't get back to the people in British Columbia. So I guess I'd like to know, has someone from Alberta reached out from the staff perspective to discuss these issues, and is it still on the table, and are those discussions still ongoing?
Absolutely, yes, they have, and this is an issue that we're going to continue to work on because we want a positive resolution. It's obviously important for people living up and down the eastern border with Alberta, our eastern border with Alberta, in all of the communities that we've talked about. And so it may not seem like a tremendous amount of cases, but it's disproportionately. If you look at that decline in the number of cases served, which is about 1,800 in that period, well, that's 1,800 people not getting access to hospital services that did before and having to get them in British Columbia, and sometimes having to travel further. And those are issues the Honourable Member and I are working on as well together. So I think on those questions, it's a very high priority for us to work with Alberta. It's not really a technical question. They have some significant challenges, and they've made some policy decisions. And it's up to us to convince them to change that. And I know that the Honourable Member has done some of that work, and I've done some of that work, and we're going to continue to do that. But I'm also not interested, and I won't be interested in getting into a rancorous exchange about it. I think BC and Alberta have worked so closely together on healthcare issues in recent years, on the Canada Health Transfer, on coverage of prescription drugs, on biosimilars, on all kinds of initiatives that I've worked with Minister Shandro and Minister Copping with. I held Minister Shandro and Minister Copping in very high regard, and we're just going to continue to work together on it. And I think it's an important advocacy question. In the meantime, we have to do, especially on emergency health services, and we've talked about this morning, is continue to improve services and access for people in BC. It's good to be ahead of Alberta on most measures of wait times, but we need to be lower. I mean, if you're on a surgery wait list, you don't really care what the wait time is in Red Deer. You care about what your wait time is, and that's what we have to work on.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister and our Shadow Minister as well for giving me this time. Just two quick topics, and they probably won't come as a shock to the Minister either of the two topics, but our obstetrics clinic in Kamloops obviously is under threat of closure. They're not taking any more expectant mothers that are due after the next couple of months here. It means around 300 or so babies expected to be born without that prenatal help. And then next year, if the situation continues along, well over 700 plus. It's a huge concern. It's a large geographic area. It's just not impacting Kamloops. My own two daughters last year went through the clinic, and it was an incredible help to them. The part of the problem is that there's going to be a ripple effect, because my understanding is if a woman goes to the emergency room, which is now the advice, but after 20 weeks, operating policy is that you are told to go up to the maternity ward and not stay in the emergency room. Well, that's going to have a ripple effect into the maternity ward as well, and obviously impact the operations there. So it's a massive, massive problem. We have a petition now that's well over 5,000 people that have signed it. What people want to know is there a solution, If not, when is there a solution, and when will there be certainty that this clinic will keep its doors open for all those expectant mothers and families in the Kamloops and broader area?
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for his question. It's a high priority for me. It's something I get updated on every day, and I think overall the work we're doing with physicians in terms of a new contract and adjusting to new payment models, which is important for them. Those have progressed well. There's a recruitment side of that as well, but we've made real progress on both of those questions. But in particular, the discussions we've had, particularly with the community of doctors around the obstetrics clinic. And so we're positive about that. It's a high priority of Interior Health. There's been direct discussions, and people are, both the doctors at the clinic, others working at the clinics and Interior Health are working full on together to see that that care continues. I agree with the member. It's of the highest priority to us. And we'll know that some of these discussions are going on, may not be going on as we speak, but have been going on the last few days as well. And I'm optimistic, but we've got work to do together. And our goal is to a continuation and indeed a strengthening of services there.
Member.
Thank you. So I'll just end with hopefully it can be solved, because it's creating a huge amount of stress. I have a constituent, and she's authorized me to talk about her story publicly. I'm not going to name her, but she's high risk. She's a nurse. She understands that. She's got a couple of high risk factors. Her first appointment that she was able to find was in Salmon Arm. So she's having to start to travel an hour plus each way on a very busy highway as the summer approaches. And based on her high risk factors, that should have been her third appointment, and it was her first. So you can imagine the other mothers that aren't medically trained not realizing the importance of prenatal care in some of those earlier months of expectancy. The second question I have is obviously around the cancer clinic, and it's a bit of a twofold. It was promised in the 2020 election very clearly by the former Premier Horgan. It was supposed to have its doors open by the October of 2024. It's still in the planning stages apparently, so the former Premier had it already at Treasury Board right out of the gates. Then he had it at the business case stage, and it seems to be progressing backwards. Long and short is this though. People are tired of all of that. They get the doors won't be open in 2024, but the concerns right now is nothing seems to be able to be talked about publicly. Interior Health coming to the hospital board repeatedly was unable to answer questions, not because they didn't have information, but they weren't allowed to share the information. This has to be about the only healthcare project, capital project in the history of the province that the government wants to be so secretive about and continually say, we have no information, we can't say, we can't talk about things. IHA already owns land. It's not a case about trying to acquire land. We understand where it's going. There's already been site prep done on the property. Why is there such secrecy around this project? When can people actually expect to start getting some public answers and public discussion about this project? And when will there be actual funded dollars in the budget so that people have some certainty that the project is actually moving forward?
Minister.
Yeah, and I think just, I don't want to be too philosophical because I promised shorter answers this afternoon to the member for Prince George Valemont, so I won't be too philosophical about the issue of capital planning, which I think and this is not a new thing, has been a source of frustration for a lot of communities, because until projects are approved at different stages, they don't come forward and the details don't come forward. But my task as Minister of Health, and I appreciate the comments, and I'm going to respond in kind. I don't. We can always have a political debate, but we can probably have that outside and in the public realm. My job is to deliver a cancer center for Kamloops, and we are going to deliver a cancer center for Kamloops. We're going to have, once we go out and have the approvals in place and the plan in place, we'll lay that out, and there'll be significantly more information. I understand that what happens in capital projects, and this was true for the Royal Inland Project before the previous government went forward with it, that until the approval comes forward, those discussions don't take place. But we'll be fully engaged, obviously, with the hospital district, with the community on that question, and with the BC Cancer Foundation, which is looking forward to province-wide support for that project, because they're strong supporters of the project as well. But we're proceeding in Kamloops, and I hope to have more information soon. And but my job is to deliver it, and that's what we're doing. And once we get it delivered and get it built, it'll be serve the residents for Kamloops for decades to come. And that's something that I think everybody in Kamloops wants. It's something that I want, and something I've believed in for a long time. That as we increase the number of cancer diagnoses in BC, and we're expecting in the 10-year cancer plan from 30,000 to 40,000, the demands and the value of going forward and dividing and providing care closer to home becomes greater and greater. And so that's why the suburban Metro Vancouver sites of Burnaby and Surrey are fully integrated into those hospital projects. It's why the Nanaimo project is a priority for a second center on Vancouver Island, and why we're going forward in Kamloops. I understand that people want it yesterday, but it's coming, and it's something that we're going to work on together and get done, and it's going to be a great thing for the people of Kamloops.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member from Prince George Valemount for the very quick question I'm going to ask, because it's an annual pilgrimage that I'm making to this minister. And I'm thinking the road to Damascus has come to an end, depending on the answer that I get from the minister right now. But obviously, I do want to thank the minister that we've been working together for the hospital project in Dawson Creek. And he doesn't have to be philosophical for my response. It can probably just be a very quick one. I'm just looking at where we're at for a timeline. I do understand he does not need to get into the details on the delay that we've had, which I understand. Northern Health's been very open with some of the challenges with the procurement and the work. But there was a commitment that we were going to have groundbreaking this spring. Spring is almost over. I want to know, basically, are we on timeline then? Do I get to have the minister up to my house for a barbecue real quick this spring and summer? Are we going to be cutting the ribbon and getting the ground broken and getting the hospital finally underway in Dawson Creek?
Minister?
Still aiming at the spring of 2023, which ends on June the 21st or 22nd. You know, I always get those solstice things mixed up, but that's the plan. And so just so that members know that, and I very much appreciate the ongoing support of the member, because this is a case, sometimes people complain about capital planning in hospitals. This is a case where we started with one project, which was to do essentially a transformation of the existing hospital. And we came through that project and our work with the regional hospital, this hospital district and the community, we've come through with another project, which is a brand new standalone hospital, which is going to be fantastic. And the community has been incredibly supportive all the way through. Indigenous groups, hugely supportive, as the member knows. I know it's not Mayor Bumstead, it's not Dale anymore, but it's, but we've had support up and down, and we're going to build the thing. And we're hoping to break ground in June, and I hope the member will be there. We're finalizing that RFP. We went through the RFP process, and we weren't satisfied. And it's not just us that aren't satisfied. You know, this is a jointly funded project, so it's the local taxpayers' money as well that's in question. In this case, it'll be less than the original 40% because we're taking on more of the extra because there's an increase in cost. And we're working with the community. And so it's going to be an exciting thing. And again, once it's built, it's going to be, I think, a huge factor for us in Dawson Creek, really help us. Having a new hospital is a real act of confidence there, something people have wanted for a long time. I'm proud of the work that we've all done together to see that it happen.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much. And there's, I'm sure we'll get to more capital. The minister can imagine which one I'm going to ask about because there are lots of people waiting. And you know, that answer about the cancer center, one must wonder if the minister's just saving up those announcements. Maybe a snap election is in the future. We could, you know, lining them all up for the months ahead. So if the minister now wouldn't mind, let's deal with the issue of emergency health so that the very patient people that are here to provide support to the minister will be able to be freed up to do other work. So perhaps we can walk through the questions that I gave him before the break, then a very brief update on the nurses agreement, and then I'd like to move on to the critical issue. I have a couple of, I'm going to ask a one of about something, and then I'm going to move to medical imaging and cancer.
Minister.
So the first was on the ambulances. So BCHS has deployed 55 new ambulances in 40 communities. I'll give some of the regions, but I will also provide the member with the list of communities. But just to say it's 14 on Vancouver Island, 12 in the Fraser region, 8 in Vancouver Coastal, 13 in the interior, and 8 in the north. And I can give the community breakdown. We've also, on the advanced care paramedics, added 18 advanced care paramedics across 9 communities from just to give the size of community that has gone to communities such as Campbell River, but also Williams Lake, Cranbrook, and Fort St. John are communities in that category because I'm always interested in members who are listening carefully to me. We've also added 5 aircraft. So one is the fixed wing out of Kelowna, the rotary wing helicopter out of Nanaimo, and fixed wing aircrafts out of Prince George 3. We've also added 30 dispatch staff in that period. We obviously regularly review the needs of communities. That's a key part of the process that we've been engaged with, including with MLAs on both sides of the House. Some of that long-term planning work is undertaken right now to predict demand and plan for what is needed now and over the course of the next 5 years. So that's a little bit on planning, where the new cars are, the new ambulances are across the province. I think, and we'll have something to announce, and I'll be happy to brief the honourable member when it happens about new and advancements in helicopter transport, which is really important to the province. And we'll see an expansion of services, which is, if anything, more important in the interior and the north and parts of Vancouver Island than anywhere else. So that all is happening soon. So that gives the member a bit of a breakdown on all of that. With respect to the nurses question, perhaps what I can do, if it's already, the announcement will be made, I think, at 3:30. We don't have that information about what's happened yet. But if I could I'll just stand up at 3:30 and give that answer on or around 3:30.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry if I missed it. What work is being done on the what was described as bottlenecks in training and hiring? That's a significant issue, and it was raised, obviously, by the ambulance paramedics and dispatchers. And again, I want to put it in the context of people are, you know, they are grateful for what's happened, but what they need to do is see people on the ground more quickly. So can the minister speak to that issue?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me talk about some of the actions to enhance recruitment that have taken place recently. There's been a simplifying and streamlining of the interview process. Applicants are getting interviewed within 24 hours, where previously the timeline was 2 weeks. That's a significant advance. Setting up pop-up and drop-in interview locations in various locations throughout the province so that applicants can come in and talk to someone, interview, and fill out the application form at their convenience. partnering with St. John's Ambulance to establish a pipeline of emergency medical responder trained applicants that want to join BCAHS. That's obviously a group of potential ambulance paramedics. Establishing drop-in interviews at training institutions to hire applicants right out of school. That's very important because there's actually, as the member will know, some competition for paramedics. Undertaking conditional hiring for applicants at various paramedic levels who are awaiting licensing. Of course, things such as attending job fairs and community events to speak to applicants about joining BCHS and interview the applicant during the event if they want to. Putting in place a dedicated Indigenous recruiter. This is very important in communities around the province to make connections with Indigenous communities, to address recruitment needs, and recruit from Indigenous communities for Indigenous communities. In March 2022, to help recruitment, BCHS implemented a dedicated talent acquisition team. That team has increased on the recruitment side from 8.8 permanent positions to 21 permanent positions. That's how we were able to achieve some of the things that I talked about earlier. There's also a robust dedicated talent acquisition structure within BCEHS with a dedicated manager and director. We're also working with individual communities to remove any barriers for potential candidates. This includes helping with any licensing issues and providing local EMR training and driver training. So those are some of the steps that have been taken. I appreciate that people may understand those steps and want to take more steps, and we're certainly interested in that. BCEHS has dramatically increased its recruiting capacity, and the results are very successful recruitment in absolute terms, but also the need to continue to do so.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister, Madam Chair. Would the Minister agree that there are still 500 to 1,000 positions open?
Minister.
So the number, so we added a bunch of positions on April 1st, obviously until they're filled, they're vacancies. And a lot of the positions that are vacancies are currently filled with casual staff. So what's happened is we're making the transition at the ambulance service from casual to permanent staff. So it's not a question of there being 750 people positions not being at work, but there are 750 positions that are not filled at the ambulance service. And a significant portion of that are the transformation we're taking, and they will be filled over time. And some are what you would call not real vacancies, but substantive vacancies that we have to address. We made real progress on that next year, but we keep, by adding positions and then by adding new permanent positions away from casual positions, we add that to that total because we're obviously adding to the size of the ambulance service. But that's where we are right now, and be happy to provide the member with more information on that.
Member.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. I don't know if I missed it, but did the minister provide me with an update on the review of looking at rural and urban and how we actually are drawing from, using the Victoria example, from Souk? Is there a review underway of the allocation of those resources, the requirement that is pulling people out of smaller communities? If there is, what is the timeline, and will the report be made public?
Minister.
So significant work has been done, obviously, with this hiring and the addition of all of these positions, mostly or hugely in rural and remote communities under the plan. But we also are looking out 5 years as to what's needed in different communities, and that work is going on now. So as we make progress, obviously, both in the filling of vacancies and the adding of positions across the province, we want to make progress on that question. This is the regular. This isn't a special review, but it is the work that BCEHS does with the ministry on a regular basis. It was the basis for the very significant investment in the rural and remote plan. But obviously we need to keep looking at that as the province changes over the next 5 years to make sure that we're adequately staffing both what are sometimes called urban and suburban communities and their relationship, but also rural and remote communities.
Member.
Thank you very much. And I think the issue is we just want to make sure that we are anticipating what additional needs there are. I think that making announcements and providing resources is critical, but we also want to make sure that we understand what the circumstances are today and what they're going to be in the years ahead. So I want to thank the men and women who serve in this capacity and dispatch or paramedics across British Columbia. I'm very lucky to know them in my community, and I know how incredibly hard they work and how difficult it has been. There's been a lot of demand, and there's been a lot of stories about people who call 911 and they don't get the response that one would expect in British Columbia. So there is more work to be done. I think the minister has made that clear, and I just want to be sure that we are on the record in terms of reminding the minister that there have been comments made about the ability to manage during, and I quote, the busy season. And we know that already we're seeing rising temperatures in the next few days. There are high stream flow advisories. We have faced wildfires, we have faced floods, we have faced the heat dome. So I am hoping the minister and his team have looked very carefully at the ability to provide some sort of surge capacity. We talk about surge capacity in a lot of ways in the healthcare system, but when people need help and dial 911, they expect an ambulance to respond. They expect someone to answer the phone, not a recording, and get the help that they need. So I thank the minister, I thank the staff that are present and the work that they do every day. So with that, I'm going to move on to the next topic. This one, the minister is going to be less enthusiastic about having a discussion about, but that's okay, it's my job. And I want to remind the minister that in 2021, in the estimates process, the minister actually responded to my colleague about his support for the work of committees. And I want to read his quote back to him. And he said at that time, "I'm happy to take suggestions from the member with respect to select standing committees, understanding to some degree their limitation, but also the possibility of their usefulness," end quote. So I want to ask the minister once again to consider utilizing the standing committee, select standing committee on health, to have what is a critical discussion in British Columbia about the implications of Bill 36. And I also want to say on the record, the minister points regularly to the collaborative approach that was taken in terms of consultation, the beginning discussions. What we also have to point out is that that collaboration doesn't extend to seeing the legislation and understanding the impacts until the bill with over 600 clauses hits the table. And I have very significant concerns about the fact that there was, and the minister will say, well, you asked questions of every single line. You bet I did. And I would ask a lot more if I'd been given the opportunity to do that, which I was not given. And I would remind the minister that I managed to work my way through 233 of 645 clauses. And as an experienced legislator, I can tell you it was a bill unlike anything I've ever seen before in terms of the magnitude and the length. So I want to remind the minister some of the concerns that have been raised regarding the passage of Bill 36 by this government and the Green Party. Here are some of the concerns: how boards will be appointed, how the oversight body will function, when the act will be implemented and on what schedule, how it will be implemented, and ultimately who's going to pay for the associated costs related to the amalgamation, the specific mechanics of new complaints, investigation, and discipline processes, what will trigger fines, and so much more. We have heard, and I know the members opposite have, heard from hundreds of healthcare professionals. And while we can say, the minister can say that there was consultation, apparently there wasn't enough, or it wasn't extended broadly enough so that members actually of the colleges actually had a sense of what was going on. So I would remind the minister, debate was ended, the government invoked closure. So I am asking the minister today to ask the Premier to bring the Health Professions and Occupations Act, which is known as Bill 36, to a debate or attach it to the Select Standing Committee on Health, anything, so that we can take a look at sections 233 to 645 and ensure that there is adequate and appropriate discussion about a bill and the concepts and the changes that are included in Bill 36.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And the member suggests that I would say that she was asking questions. I think I spoke about it in that debate, and I was answering questions and engaged with her in that debate. So I'm someone who believes in estimates debate and believes in parliamentary debate. With respect to Bill 36, I'll just quickly run through the process, just because we talked about this, that we had a Caton report, significant consultation, an all-party committee, more than 4,000 responses, the vast majority of them, 80%, by healthcare professionals, that we all got to review in that process. We did have a subsequent consultation. In the meantime, I'd asked for and received the in-plain sight report, and there was substantial consultation that led to, on the recommendation of the all-party working group and then of First Nations, significant changes to the way that we deal with issues of discrimination and racism, changes that the member supported in our discussion, because we debated, I think, through those changes. We had a debate in the legislature ultimately that was, I think, 47.5 hours, which in my time as a legislature, I believe is an all-time record. And part of what I tried to do is give time for debate. I'm not going to get into a debate about what the opposition's time in the legislature is its time. I was in opposition. I remember it well. The member was in government. She remembers it well. In that case, there was support by the opposition for, at second reading, but also basically a full round of second reading speeches. And then we had a debate at committee stage. So it was a substantial debate. I always want, as the member for Prince George Valemount, when we take on initiatives, I always want as much support and from all sides and from everywhere as possible at any time. But this is a piece of legislation that we consulted on over many years. We brought forward to the legislature. We had a very substantial debate in the legislature. It was passed by the legislature, and we are proceeding to implementation. I don't think the member for Prince George Valemount wants me to respond on all the specific issues, although we can have that debate. I'm happy to do that, that were raised around the legislation. I think that this will be very good legislation for British Columbia, but the process isn't over yet. When you're going from 15 regulatory colleges, we started, when I was Minister of Health, we started with 24. And we're down to 15, and that's good news, and that was done again. The uniting of the nursing colleges, the uniting of the dental colleges, that went from 8 to 2 in those cases. And then the adding of the College of Midwives to the college, now the College of Nurses and Midwives, that was another change. The amalgamation of the pediatric surgeons with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So we've come down, and there will be significant steps as we come down to the 6 colleges proposed in the legislation. But I do want to proceed. I want to proceed because the changes with respect to anti-racism, that the individual and collective responsibility for those initiatives are an important part of the bill. The changes were needed, called for in an independent report, and then overseen, and then engaged in years of consultation, then brought forward to the House. The bill was a big bill, and I acknowledge that. It was a big bill for 2 reasons. One, essentially the sections on occupation replicated, the healthcare occupations replicated the provisions on healthcare professionals, and that added to the length of the bill. And I suppose we could have made it shorter by not adding the occupation component, but we felt that was a good idea to ensure appropriate regulation of healthcare occupations. And so that was an appropriate, I think, an appropriate thing to do, and that's what we did. And secondly, it's because I believe strongly, and this is a case that honorable members on all sides of the House have made, usually when they're on the opposition side, that we have to have, we needed to have in the legislation and not in regulations more. In other words, I think you should be more explicit in legislation where you can than having enabling provisions in regulations, and that's what we did. And that made the bill longer, and I accept that. So I'm always open to engagement. There is, of course, in the implementation of such a bill, just on the creation of college, many steps in front of us. We'll continue to work with everybody on those steps, continue to keep everybody briefed, including the opposition briefed on that process and engaged in that process as we go through to bringing the legislation into force. I understand it's a difference of opinion between myself, and I absolutely respect her bringing it forward here. And that's was my approach to the legislation, and my approach as a minister was to fight and get a very significant opportunity to debate the legislation. The legislation passed in the way that it did. But I'm also very proud of the legislation, very proud of the collaboration that went into it from lots of members of the legislature, including the member for Cowichan and the member for Kelowna Lake Country, but others as well, because they involved their caucuses. Members, as the member for Prince George Valemount knows, opposition critics don't make decisions without fully consulting their caucuses, as did I. So I think that was a positive process and an example of what we could do. And finally, I just want to say, and sometimes this report gets thrown around in the House, the one that is just completed on issues involving substance abuse and the overdose public health emergency. But I think since we had that discussion on committees, the member will know that that report took place. She played a big part in that report. And I want to acknowledge the work of the Select Standing Committee on Health and its members. Or I believe it may have been a special committee, but the member will know that.
Member, I just ask that you please connect your question to the vote currently under debate, which is the health estimates for 23-24 of this fiscal year.
Answered the question, which opens the door for me to allow to continue to have that discussion. And he is not at all reluctant to answer the question. So I simply want to remind the minister that an all-party committee doing preliminary work that ends up shaping a bill does not mean that the caucuses attached to that support the legislation. Until the bill is actually crafted and the implications of the work that is done are laid out in the legislature, that's when parties make a decision. So yes, there was preliminary work done, and it's the same discussion that we will continue to have in this House about all-party reports that are tabled. Because I can assure you, I have very clear memories of what happened when it came to the committee that I was a part of with the Standing Committee on Health related to the opioid crisis. And we're not going to talk about that today, but what I am going to remind the minister of is, if it took this long to bring a bill of over 600 clauses to the legislature, and the debate was not complete. There is no way the minister can characterize, he can characterize it as a debate. It was not a complete debate. I got to clause 233 of 645, and key sections, especially regarding appointment of board members and significant aspects of change, were not part of the debate that took place. And my concern is, and I know the minister is an experienced legislator, he's been here a long time, on both sides of the House. The fact of the matter is, if it's taken this long, why on earth would it be? Why on earth would the minister not be willing to take the time to allow the questions to continue, to make sure he got the bill right, and that there aren't unintended consequences? People are concerned. Healthcare professionals are speaking up across the province. So you bet this is an important issue to me. And I understand the legislative process pretty well. An all-party committee does not mean that when the bill gets to the legislature, that there is an assumption we support it. We get the chance to debate it, look at the clauses, look at the issues. And I remain very concerned about significant clauses that have not been debated. So I would ask the minister to think very carefully about giving elected officials in this House the opportunity to continue that discussion. It's taken years to get here. How on earth could it hurt to take a few more months to actually walk our way through that bill, listen to the concerns that have been expressed, and actually allow the questions to be answered? In the end of the day, the outcome of the bill would be far better received if that process was followed. With that, I want to move on to medical imaging. And we have heard so many challenging situations. And in fact, the minister knows that last fall, the BC Radiological Society proposed a number of solutions to address the medical imaging crisis in BC. I'm wondering, in light of that, can the minister outline for me, and again, he can provide those issues to me later with a chart or graph, if that's preferable, what the current vacancy rates for sonographers, medical imaging technologists in general, and cardiac, and how many med-rad technologists does BC need to reach the national average of MRTs per capita?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And yes, the Ministry has engaged with the BC Radiological Society on some of these questions. I would say, and I know that the member, I just wanted to say finally on the previous question, just and without reopening the debate in any way on Bill 36, just to say that since Royal Assent, the Ministry of Health has held 40 consultation sessions with external and internal stakeholders. So that work continues, just without getting back into the discussion of Bill 36, which we could debate for a long time. But I think our positions, and in fact we did, 47 and a half hours. But in any event, Honourable Speaker, with respect to our actions and responses here, the member will know on diagnostic care, this has been a major area of focus since I've been Minister of Health. On MRIs, as the member will know, I won't repeat this more than once. We've gone from 174,000 a year to 300,000 a year. And that result required an enormous increase in the workforce, and it was particularly felt in northern communities where the rate of MRIs has been particularly low, but in everyone in the province, communities like Surrey in particular benefited from that. And on equipment, just to say, since I became Minister of Health, 2 net new PET CT scans, 17 net new MRI units, 6 net new CT scan units, 297,000 MRIs, an increase of 121,000, 920,000 CT scans, an increase of 228,000, and we're leading the country on MRI. So, and I don't say that in response to the BC Radiological Society because they're part of what achieved that, and it has been exceptional. And that has involved, of course, we can talk about staffing across areas, a very significant increase in staffing and in training. Just in terms of health human resources, just some of the aspects of that responds to a lot of the issues, of course, which were raised by the BC Radiological Society. Since 2019, the total number of annual diagnostic medical sonography seats have doubled in BC from 40 to 80, including new programs at the College of New Caledonia, which is a significant one, and Camosun College in Victoria. And this is critical for us to ensure that those machines in the north that we've added and those hours that we've added have the supports they need. There's a new sonography teaching clinic and I was there not long ago, operated by Island Health on the Camosun Interurban campus. It's now operational. It's the first of its kind in Canada, offering students greater opportunities for clinical experience throughout their program, while also increasing ultrasound services in the South Island region. Just to put it in context, on sonographers alone, a 21.5% growth in the workforce over the last 4 years. We also have the new direct entry MRI technologist training program at BCIT that will ensure a steadier supply of graduates. That's important. And a bursary program for MRI technologists when you have as ambitious goals and you're number one in the country in terms of MRIs, wait times, and the focus on those who are waiting the longest has had a profound effect. You need a lot of MRI technologists, and that's taking place. There's also new bursary programs, peer support, strengthening clinical practice leaders, and attracting more internationally trained allied health professionals, which is equally important to the work that we've spoken of before for nurses and for doctors. I talked about the net new CT scans, and all of this is in response to it, and as well. There's increased fee items for the community imaging clinic, which is an issue for the Radiological Society as well. And we are, of course, open to continuing the process together. They've raised those HHR questions, and we responded to their suggestions in many cases to advance those programs. And of course, the great work we're doing together reflects the great work by both the members of the society and all those working in diagnosis of all kinds in the province. It is not without challenges, and especially when you're increasing the number of exams as we have across the system. And that's good news for patients, but really challenging at times. And one of the main ways we've done that, of course, is to go 24/7 at many locations, and that requires staff, and that's why so much part of this plan was the training of staff.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I missed the part where we get the numbers of vacancies. I understand, and I carefully review the additions that have been made and look at equipment. What we need is people. And, when I look at the numbers over the last 2 years, I understand that services, workforce shortages in diagnostic services, that vacancies are in excess of 10% for ultrasonographers, general and cardiac. So I'm wondering, does the ministry have specific numbers by health authority, by region, by professional designation of the number of vacancies?
Minister.
If it works for the honourable member, I'll provide that information for her. We have some percentage information, but that's not number of vacancies, and so rather than waiting for that, maybe we can continue unless the member wants to wait for those answers.
Minister.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the offer of the information. We will move on, and I will take a look at that number. My subsequent questions aren't reliant on getting the information right this minute. I'm wondering, one of the things that was raised by radiologists, and again, I know we've discussed this when it comes to the overall challenges we're facing in healthcare and healthcare professionals, labor shortages, is the issue of retention. And I think it's absolutely essential that we focus on retention. And I'm wondering if there is funding in the budget under the Health Human Resources Strategy provided for the retention of technologists specifically.
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And we discussed this Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. It was before today. So what we've taken is a community-focused approach. So all of where we're seeing often the greatest pressure as a percentage, not an absolute number, but percentages in the Northern Health Authority. And all of those things that we discussed at some length, and I won't repeat, are for all professionals in that area. So when we're, say it's the Northeast, or say it's Fort St. John, it's not just nurses, it's also allied health professionals that have access to those what we call retention supports, all of the measures we've talked about in Northern Health to advance our workforce there. And the reason for that is, we want to focus on areas of high vacancy as well. We've obviously got to train everywhere, and we're increasing the demand on the workforce everywhere and the numbers in the workforce, but we need to train. So part of the focus of that has been on the north. I mentioned Grand Forks before. So in the case of that hospital, that facility, it's across workforce there. Equally in Northern Vancouver Island as well, in the Mount Waddington Health District. Same as there. So the focus is not on, of those retention bonus in those cases are not on specific professions, but on all categories of workers. So it's community focused as opposed to profession focused in those cases.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We continue to hear about the shortage of especially med lab techs and others. And we know that it is absolutely essential that we sort this out, because when we stop and think about the critical role these professionals play in the healthcare system more broadly, it's been noted that diagnostic and pharmaceutical care drive more than 60% of all medical decisions, and they're key to early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. And so when we see shortages, when we look at the numbers from 2016 to 2021, for example, vacancies for med technologists and technicians who play a critical role has increased by 109%. And if we're going to actually treat British Columbians' healthcare needs in a timely way, we need to solve this issue. And it is a matter of looking at a variety of responses, as I've said to the minister frequently. Retention matters. We obviously have to also train and look at expediting the credentialing process as well. I'm wondering if the minister is aware and being thoughtful about the potential to create inequity between health authorities and community imaging clinics. It is really important, for example, that we don't incent one group of people who work, for example, for a health authority at the expense of community health clinics, because we will then end up simply drawing professionals from one group to another. And so that doesn't solve the problem. So has the minister spent time, as the letter from the BC Radiological Society pointed out, that we need to be careful, and I quote from that letter, care must be taken not to create preferential incentives for technologists to join health authorities versus community imaging clinics, or vice versa, where one gains at the expense of the other. So is that being taken into consideration when we look? I understand the minister is talking about geographic incentives, but we also need to look at a more micro level that looks at where are people coming from and how are those incentives impacting both community health clinics and also the health authorities.
Minister.
So I think, first of all, a key part, there's really four components of the Health Human Resources strategy, and the training one is the key component. And when you add training spaces, and this can be a challenge at times, we have been in many paramedic positions, we were just talking about that, and outbid in some ways by sometimes in the natural resource industries or others who need paramedics and will pay almost any price. And we have, of course, changed the way we remunerate paramedics, and that's important. So there is that element, and we are increasing paramedic training spaces. And all of those paramedics, of course, have the opportunity, just as we're doing increasing training spaces across the diagnostic professions and occupations. So all of that work is going on. On MRIs and I believe CTs, there are no private contracts. Right? So the public system is the public system. And this is an interesting discussion. There was a report by a group that claimed that we were doing more private diagnostic care. We weren't doing it at all. What we were doing is more public care, but what was happening is the radiologists are paid by fee-for-service, and so we were paying for 130,000 more exams, and those were going to those through fee-for-service to those groups of radiologists, and the group doing the report mistakenly thought that was private care. It's absolutely not. It's absolutely inaccurate. but it occasionally gets repeated, so I thought I'd mention that. That's a small tangent. I won't have too many more. And finally, just in response to the previous question, there's an element I missed. We do have some collaboration on recruitment and retention strategies with the Health Sciences Association, an agreement I can absolutely talk about because it passed, for increased premiums on occasions for difficult to fill positions. So, and a lot of that, though, is still geographically focused, of course, for obvious reasons. I mean, the difference in vacancy rates as between Vancouver Coastal and Northern Health is significant, even though there's lots of challenges in Vancouver Coastal, including the cost of living and so on, but the real challenge is there, and that's why those premiums are provided there.
Member.
Thank you. I want to ask a question specifically about wait times. And I want to, first of all, begin by better understanding what data is collected and how it is captured. So I understand that the government does have access to wait times for diagnostic imaging for priority 1 through 5 examinations. So what I want to know specifically is the data correlated across health authorities? And will the minister provide us with that data? And I guess the root of that question, the reason I want to ask it is that certainly what we hear is that, what we've been told, in fact, is that wait times are reported to be variable in various, and the minister's referenced Northern Health, and in fact we've referenced Northern Health a lot during these estimates, knowing the geography and the unique dispersion of services, all of those things. But I guess my concern is, you know, where you live in British Columbia shouldn't determine either the quality or the timeliness of your care. And maybe I'm used to saying that because of where I live. It seems like we're always having to make that argument. But I'm wondering, from a data collection perspective, is it correlated across health ministries? And I'm looking particularly at priority 1 through 5 ranked examinations, and would the minister be prepared to share that?
Minister.
Yes and yes.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to note that that was the first time I actually didn't make it into my seat, and that is progress on the minister's part. So thank you for that. Very, very concerned about hearing very recently that the wait times for diagnostic breast imaging and biopsies, specifically in the Lower Mainland, but in health authorities more broadly, may be as high as 9 months. Can the minister assure me that it isn't 9 months, or at least if it is 9 months, what on earth are we doing to bring those wait times down?
Minister.
So just go through first some of the wait time data, perhaps, and then talk about some of the measures, because we are taking steps to increase the number of breast biopsies through a number of means, but just in general on the wait time data that we have two health authorities I have here in front of me, and I'll get the rest of the member, IHA and VHA report wait times between 1 and 4 weeks depending on the site, so 1 and 4 weeks, not 9 months. For those, we have significantly increased the number of exams, but that process, so that's roughly what that wait time is. We also have taken action on the issue of breast biopsies because that's critically important when that circumstance comes about. BC, the Vancouver Cancer Centre, and this is since the earlier part of this year, and these are all in place now, these measures. 35 additional biopsies by booking evening and weekends. Lionsgate Hospital, Lionsgate has started performing stereotatic breast biopsies that will result in an additional 200 per year. At BC Women's, additional radiology resources were added to the site, increasing capacity. And for the longer term, up to 3 additional radiology fellowships have been made available through BC Cancers and BC Women's because we need to take steps now, which the first 3 were about, and we need to continue to take steps to make sure we have the staff and the people we available to provide the care we need to provide.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister as well. It's a very critical issue, and I look forward to seeing the data on wait times from other health authorities. You know, the latest data that I have is that 1 in 8 women in British Columbia will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. And in the view, you know, many of the concerns we've heard is that there just is a sense that not enough is being done to make sure that women are getting screening mammograms at recommended intervals. And so one of the things I want to raise is the issue of more urgent imaging due to higher risk or suspected abnormalities. And one would think, I know that several months ago when I was meeting about that issue, the waits at that time were over 2.5 months. And over 3 months for biopsies and over a year for dense breast screening ultrasound. So I understand what the minister is saying, that, you know, we need more, and we certainly do. That is a significant concern, and so I would very much look forward to also having a better understanding of what the wait times are, particularly for complicated complicated situations, and also women who are at higher risk. And you know, one of the suggestions I know, and I was trying to recall, but it was BC Radiological that suggested that we need to be looking at specific codes for contrast-enhanced mammography, looking at complicated mammography, and how we actually how billing is done related to more complex situations. So again, I want to make sure that when the minister provides me with the data, that there is consideration for the fact that there are higher risk cases, there are circumstances related to urgent mammograms. So could the minister just speak to that issue? And I know it was raised specifically with him in the letter from the BC Radiological Society, so I'm wondering what work has been done to address that issue.
Minister.
Well, just talk about some of the work, because I think it touches on the issues raised by the member. First on screening, because people will know that full one-third of diagnoses for breast cancer come through the breast screening program, which is an exceptional. Obviously, the screening program is both successful and could be more successful. So around 260,000 screens a year, and that's about 50% of those eligible. So we can do better on that, and clearly earlier diagnosis is better always. Secondly, we have to increase participation in high-risk and underserved populations. And so in the cancer plan, we're introducing personalized screening invitations for established screening programs to focus in on areas. So, for example, if we find a community where there's very low uptake and low participation, we can make a specific effort there to raise that up. I think that's a significant and important thing to do. On screening mammography result notifications, 94% were sent within 1 week. That's recent data. That's from December of 2022. So those are some of the things, and what we were going to use and we're using is the mobile mammography unit deployed to communities where there may be staffing shortages or need for other support to do that. So in terms of diagnosis, for abnormal mammography screens, and this is from 2021, 90% were diagnosed within 8.3 weeks without tissue biopsy. So those are some of the numbers, and I'll be providing the member with more information on this later on. I want to just speak a little bit. As you know, we became the first province in 2018 to provide breast density scores to patients and their primary care providers following a screening mammography in October 2018. This was an exceptional effort that was supported by members on all sides of the House. I remember the current member for Burnaby North, the previous member for Richmond East, I'm thinking. She was the one that was the speaker in any event. And I think she changed riding a couple of times, but that's what she was. And others who advocated for that, and that's a very important measure that I think has given more information to women across BC, and obviously significant as part of all of the research we're doing. We need to invest more in research as well, but we also need to increase our capacity in cancer everywhere. It is not acceptable to me. It is not acceptable to me when diagnosis within recommended wait times is in question, that we just continue to do that. And I will seek out every measure we can take to ensure that we deal with that at every level, whether that level is the need to continue our work to bring more ultrasound techs in, to radiation technologists, to everyone else. We have to respond, and there will be no stone left unturned in doing that. We will use conventional and unconventional means to make sure that we address this situation. We're seeing more diagnosis of cancer right now, and we have to respond to that with our will. And it's not good enough. A lot of the changes we have in mind will continue to make things better in 6 months and a year and a half. But if you have a diagnosis now, we need to get you care now. And I will not hesitate to use any means necessary to reduce those wait times at every part of the cancer journey. We've got huge work to do over time, but we've got work to do now. And like I say, there is nothing that I would not consider to make sure we address issues of wait time for people living with cancer and people seeking a diagnosis.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate hearing the minister's passion about that. And as he knows, when I asked the questions over the last few days about wait one, waiting to get to your oncologist, that is terrifying for people. I left the briefing that I had feeling incredibly distressed, is the only way I can describe it, because I listened to the professionals who are, and I will continue to say it to the minister, experiencing moral distress. They want to do better, but can't. Imagine feeling that, knowing you have a patient in a vulnerable situation, and the wait one, to get to your oncologist is growing. I'm going to get to cancer care shortly, but I do want to, and first of all, I know that, when you stop and think about organizations like the BC Radiological Society, I'm sure they didn't think they'd be spending their time writing advocacy letters to the minister. They want to do their jobs. And here they find themselves, making the case for more technicians and making sure we have the kinds of incentives that bring people to the profession, and most importantly, keep the ones we have now. So I want to pursue with the minister. He made comments about, the system, about the public system. So I know the minister knows that there are community imaging clinics, and those clinics provide, they obviously are privately owned, but they provide publicly funded services. So it is provided, it is part of the public system. But overhead costs are a significant issue. And one of the things raised by the Radiological Society, and this was as far back as October, I think, if I recall, the fact that those CICs are really concerned about their ability to continue to offer services. And heaven help us if that becomes an issue. So can the minister speak to the fact that, speak to the question of overhead support? We've looked at that in terms of family practice and what we need to do to alleviate some of the stress when you're a family practice in longitudinal care. Has there been any consideration given to the request from the Radiological Society about emergency overhead support?
Minister.
So I was referring earlier to MRI and CT, of course, and there are other services provided. The radiologists, there is a business cost premium that is part of our recent agreement that applies to them for their public work, and that applies there as it applies to everyone else. Whether that meets their request, we're meeting regularly with them and their concern on the. There are some private MRI facilities in BC. Obviously, they're not going to receive, since they don't provide any public work in that case, such a premium. But the radiologists themselves, in their public work, in their reading of the exams, there's no point in taking the exams that are not read. And there's been a massive increase in work for that group of health professionals. They would be getting supports there through the contract with the doctors of BC.
Member.
Thank you. I want to ask one further question with regards to this. And obviously, as I said to the minister earlier, we know how absolutely essential diagnostics and pharmaceutical care is when you are looking at early detection, making sure that we have a diagnosis as soon as possible. And, the commentary about the status of that situation has been very dire. And I appreciate the minister's always optimistic outlook, but we also have to recognize the fact that, for people who are waiting, it is excruciating. And for professionals who cannot provide care in a timely way, it is excruciating. So I think we need to regularly acknowledge that. In addition to, the list of things that have been done, there is more to be done. And we've certainly heard those concerns. I wanted to ask about medical imaging equipment, because we know that, again, another issue raised directly with the minister, but is there a mechanism where the ministry looks at the percentage of medical imaging equipment in each health authority that is beyond replacement guidelines? And has the ministry done a full evaluation of medical equipment across health authorities to determine what the gaps are and what the replacement requirements would be?
Minister.
So that is very much part of the planning process. The member is quite right. And just to give a sense of why it's changed as well, MRI scanners in 2017 operated 4,542 hours per week. In 2022, that's 1,777 more hours than they did in 2017. So we did two things. We significantly increased the number of MRIs, and obviously the new MRIs are new, and so that's good. And in addition to that, we dramatically increased the usage of MRIs and CT scanners, and that will have the effect over time. If we know that when we use things more, you're using up their life, the active life of the machine. We need to do more. And an example of that is what we're doing in Kelowna, where our existing MRIs are 20 years old, and they're being replaced, but they're being replaced by a higher level of MRI, the 3T MRI. And in that case, that project we just recently announced with the Kelowna General Hospital Foundation, and it's important, obviously an important thing. So we are using our MRIs dramatically more, and it's particularly true in the Northern Health Authority, where I don't think there's a health authority in Canada that has few MRIs per population done when I became Minister of Health. And I just felt that was not on, that it was just not on to just build out MRIs in other areas. We've more than doubled that rate per 1,000 population. So we're at 22 per 1,000 population in 2017. I think we're at 46 now or something like that. And that makes a huge difference for people because it means they can access that care in the community. And what was happening in the north without those public MRIs, and even without private MRIs that existed in bigger markets, was that people were doing obviously workarounds without diagnostics, and it was affecting the diagnosis of people. So when we expanded this program and added the net increase in MRIs from 25 to 42 in 5 years, and the new ones are obviously new, and the increase in 6 CT scanners, a lot of that was focused on regions, and there's new MRIs in Fort St. John and in Terrace, for example, in the Northern Health Authority. I think previously the only MRI was at University Hospital in Prince George.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. And the information that I would appreciate him sharing, should they have it, is the metrics that are used and the measurement regarding replacement. We've heard concerns, and the Minister has articulated new. What I'm concerned about is old, and the fact that we have apparently medical imaging equipment that is beyond or soon reaching its lifespan. And so I would like to be reassured that the ministry has a plan, has an inventory, and can move to manage those needs. At this point, I'd like to give my colleague and friend, the leader of the Green Party, the opportunity to take the next hour with the minister.
5 minutes, just 1 minute, if that's okay. Just a 1 minute examine. I'll change, break, and then I'll be right back. Just 1 minute break.
So we'll take a very brief recess.
I'll call the committee back to order, recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question, and delighted to have the opportunity to ask questions of the Minister. With regards to the TELUS Life Plus program, can the Minister commit to making public the Medical Services Commission's report that was written last year on the TELUS Life Plus program?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. What happens is we referred the issue. The Medical Services Commission takes action on that. So it reviews it, it investigates it, and it takes action. And the product of that investigation ultimately was the injunction, which was publicly filed with the court. So it's available to everybody.
Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just to understand, the Minister says that the report itself was publicly filed and is available to the public?
Minister.
Oh, what happens when you refer such a matter to the Medical Services Commission? They have a regulatory authority, which so they weren't doing a report for me. They're the Medical Services Commission, and they have the responsibility for the enforcement of the Medicare Protection Act. And in this case, often in cases, what happens is they work with providers to bring them into compliance. And there's a number of cases, indeed some that we've talked about in the House where that's occurred. In this case, they did some of that work and that review and sought information from the provider of health services, which was TELUS Life Plus. And the decision was taken by the Commission to go for an injunction. And they supported the information, supported that injunction with information that they obtained through that investigation. That's the process of action there. So they weren't doing a report for me. I was referring the issue to them, and their responsibility is to take action to make sure that the Medicare Protection Act is enforced, and that's what they did.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll take that as a no. I think that the question here is really around the role of transparency. We are talking about a publicly funded healthcare system. We're talking about a public body. We're talking about a government working on behalf of the public. We're talking about an issue that is of great interest to the public, and that is the encroachment of corporatization into the delivery of healthcare services in this province. And fundamentally, we're talking about the role that transparency plays in a democracy. And I think that at every step, those of us who are elected representatives and those of us who work in government should be considering the absolute and critical place that transparency plays. And when a report is made about our public healthcare system by a public body, I think that report should be made public. And I hope that the Minister will reconsider and recognize that this is about public trust. I'm going to move on to another topic, Madam Chair. There's over 100,000 people in this province who have an opioid dependency. The Chief Public Health Officer, the coroner, several experts' reports have all indicated that one of the essential life-saving measures in response to this public health emergency is expanding the access to safe supply. There are fewer than 5% of people with an opioid dependency right now who have access to safe supply. And of everyone who is dying from the toxic drug supply, which includes people who are not addicted to drugs, which includes people who are using occasionally, maybe for the first time, that we are talking about less than 1% of that population, and every day 6 people die in this province from a toxic drug supply. My question to the Minister, he holds a lot of power over the work of the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. Safe supply is very limited in access in this province, despite the ongoing recurring recommendations from the Chief Coroner, medical practitioners. Can the Minister explain what is causing the barriers to expanding safe supply in this province?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the member for a question. I was asking for information, and perhaps for the purpose of the debate, we'll just provide that after the debate. But the number of people getting safe supply, which has obviously gone up significantly over time, number of prescribers, so that we have that as a baseline of the discussion. Well, we don't need it for this discussion now, but I just wanted to commit to the member that I'll get her that information as soon as I have it. I think there are a number of issues. I wanted to introduce the Deputy Provincial Health Officer behind me, Dr. Brian Emerson, who obviously does a lot of work in this area. I think some of the challenge in terms of providing safe supply, and we're working hard both with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, obviously under the direction of the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. We're working hard to expand the number of providers, be they doctors or nurses, of safe supply. And what are some of the challenges? I think there's some challenges within the community of doctors, because often these are off-label prescriptions, so we have to work with those prescribers to expand the numbers and build their confidence, so there's more people who are in the system who are able to provide and prescribe safe supply of prescription drugs. But I think the efforts have been significant, and the results have been what they are, which is that this is a toxic drug emergency, and we see its impact in our communities every day. And those programs are growing, but I think a fair person would say not quickly enough. So it's hard work with the community of prescribers to ensure that there are more doctors and nurses who are able to prescribe a safe supply in every part of the province.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday I was asking, or 2 days ago, I was asking the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. She indicated that there's 4,800 people currently receiving prescribed safe supply in the province. If the Minister has a different number, I'd be interested, but that accounts for about 5% of people that have a opioid disorder in BC. So the Minister indicates the College of Physicians and Surgeons and prescribers. What barriers exist within the Ministry of Health to expanding safe supply beyond 5% of people with an opioid dependency?
Minister.
Thank you. I think there's two sets of barriers, I would say, and I know that the member had this discussion with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. And some of these barriers are the same barriers that have existed historically with OAT as well, on both, but particularly there on the side of those receiving the treatment. So if you, in some cases, I'll just give you an example, just with respect to OAT, which is frequently what happens in methadone programs, which affects their success. This is different than prescribed safe supply, but in some ways the hesitancy is the same, is that there are impediments for people staying with the program. When I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, I was given a drug that, if misused, could potentially kill me. And I went home and I was able to get trained and use that drug for the rest of my life at home. And I use it 4 times a day. If you're on an OAT program, often you can't visit a friend in another city and continue to give access to that drug. And so part of the challenge, I think, in the prescribing of that process, and why I think we need to be very cognizant of the success, is that we have to, I think, even when it's challenging, learn to trust those in these programs more, to succeed on that side. Equally, I think, and this is true on prescribed safe supply, from the user point of view, I suspect this is the case, and again, the Minister of Mental Health and Physician is more current than I, but I think it would be the case that many people see the multiple visits to a prescriber or others as barriers for them. And equally, when you're using, say, hydromorphone, and people want or may want or are wanting or using a drug such as fentanyl, there is a challenge sometimes in the attractiveness of them for such an option. On the prescriber side, there's still, I think, work to be done, and so there's significant. What we need to do on that side of things is to break down some of those barriers, and there's hard work being done by the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions to go through those and to break those down for prescribers. But I do think that there is a challenge on both sides. If we're committed to prescribed safe supply, and we certainly are committed to prescribed safe supply as an idea and as a proposal, we have to expand the number of prescribers, perhaps expand the number of public clinics that are providing it, in addition to doing it through our system of primary care in the province. And equally, we have to listen to those who are going to use the program and use the prescribed safe supply, and make sure that we are effective in ensuring they have both access and are going to continue to stay with the program, because ultimately we want to succeed. This is equally true, and I know the member didn't ask about it with OAT programs, and it's a reflection I've long had that we have to consider anyway as we go forward with those programs. And while the drugs are changing, those programs are fundamentally the same, of finding ways to increase the level of adherence to a program that we invest a lot in, but also that people who are using OAT in that case are trying to use as well. So I think it's in both ways. We've got to work with the prescribers. That work's happening. We may have to provide more direct public access and find other forms to increase confidence on that side, and we have to keep working and listening to people who are seeking prescribed safe supply, so that it becomes more accessible to them.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm heartened to hear the comments, particularly around the impediments that people experience when they're in these programs, and we heard a lot about that in the Health Committee, and the fact that the programs were actually preventing them from being able to do other things, like have work, visit, carry on regular lives. And I think that this should be, I'm heartened to hear the Minister recognize that that is an important barrier and impediment to the success of these programs and to the success of people, accessing what is essentially, given the conditions that we're in, a life-saving program. I'm going to go next. I have a lot of topics that I'm going to try to cover today. We have a long-standing and very critical shortage of psychiatrists in Cowichan Valley, and particularly psychiatrists who can help with youth. I've been meeting with psychiatrists since I became an MLA in 2017, And I've been meeting with different psychiatrists because they don't last very long in Cowichan. And they leave because of difficulties in working in the island health system. They leave because of lack of resources. They leave because of lack of accountability within island health, and they leave because of high caseloads. There is, across island health, 56.2 filled psychiatry positions, 20.4 vacant FTE psychiatry positions, and Cowichan in particular has a significant deficit. So I'm just wondering what the minister and his staff plan is for expanded capacity of psychiatrists in Cowichan, particularly those who can serve youth in the community.
Minister.
Thank you. First of all, we're increasing the number of psychiatrists training positions into the postgraduate medical education. That's important. I was going to get the exact number. I was going to give it the one off memory, and then I thought, I can get the exact number in the next 5 minutes, so I'll wait for that. But that's an important step. We've got to train more people, and that's clear. But also, I think, I would say, secondly, I'm reflecting on this, and just on a personal note, one of the really outstanding psychiatrists in the province, Dr. Paul Warich, who's a dear friend of ours, passed away recently, and part of that process was the number of people who he died in his late 40s of cancer. It was brutal, and it was brutal for his patients who counted on him, and he's an important person. He worked out of Burnaby Hospital in the Vancouver region, just the number of what happens when we lose a position, and that has happened in some cases. But I think the other part of it we do have to do is to work with psychiatrists and the community of psychiatrists about their overall role. Because I think there has been, and we're building out team-based healthcare across the healthcare system, there has been a sense of isolation of psychiatrists from other mental health professionals and the rest of the healthcare system. And we need to, increasing the numbers, but also better integrate psychiatrists, working with them, of course. It's not something they'll be imposing on, but in fact, working on team-based care throughout both the sometimes called the physical health system or the healthcare system in general and the mental health system, so that we're building out team-based care. And that's important as we build out, if you look at the many initiatives and the huge expansion of beds that is being proposed and put in place by the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction that has been put in place. If we're going to build out team-based care, we've got to build out healthcare teams that we can fund and put in place quickly for what is a public health emergency as we build them out. And so using and building out teams in mental health care is also important. So absolutely more funded positions, more training, all of that is required. The good news in BC is that when we train doctors in BC, they stay in BC, in fact, which is important. So when we're increasing training spaces on a distributed model, it means we're actually increasing the number of doctors. They're not going to go somewhere else. And that's the evidence. We're the best at retaining our own doctors, and that's good news, but we got to do more of that. So there is an increase in positions, but as well, I think we have to build out team-based care and provide more supports and a sense of a team around psychiatrists as they're providing care in every part of the province. That will improve their satisfaction, but also the quality of care.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that response from the Minister. I'm hearing about the the drive for team-based care all over the province, and particularly in the form of community health centers, but also hearing about, barriers and impediments to communities or to teams of doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners coming together, wanting to create community health centers and often not feeling the level of support that they'd like to feel from the ministry. Can the minister just provide his stance on community-led healthcare initiatives like community health centers run by not-for-profit boards they have examples of them around the province that are doing very good work? And does he see this as an important part of the solution to primary care in this province?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you to the member for her question. I think, have been one of the strongest supporters of community health center, and the proof in it is in what's happened. If you look at the West Shore, 2 major community health centers started in recent years, either started or starting. The one in Souk was based on a primary care network model that we put in place around the medical clinic in that community. So we made the first step a few years ago that's bolstered and increased access to team-based care in that community, and now it's being built out as we make the capital contribution into a full-fledged community health center. I think it's a great model. I'm very proud of what we're doing in Souk. Equally in Colwood, I mean, that was a call. I was NDP health critic in 2007. There was a call for that clinic then. Year after year, it never happened. Now it's happened. Luther Court, Victoria, happened. Island Sexual Health, a full-fledged community health center, happened. That's just in the Victoria area. In my community, in Vancouver, on the east side of Vancouver, there's Rise, which happens to be about 125 meters from my apartment, but that's okay. I'm not a patient there. I'm not patient role there, but that was built out of the work of the Collingwood Neighborhood House, which is an important community organization in the Collingwood neighborhood, and was a community organization that is about a $6 to $7 million community organization, who was able to take on that $3 million, build a community process, a new community health center there. The Luma Health Center in the east side of Vancouver at Nanaimo and Grandview Highway, which in that case is a First Nations-led health center. And there's the Luma Housing Complex. I really recommend it to the honourable member if she's looking at these models to take a look at what they've done. And that combines, we partnered there with the First Nations Health Authority and Luma Housing on a community health center that combines obviously health activity and healthcare services and traditional healing services in that community. And we're doing that in Williams Lake, and we're doing that in Stehalis, and we've got, I was just in Rutland, a new community health center coming there, new community health center in Lake Country, in part at my instigation. Our colleague from Kelowna Lake Country has been a big part of those efforts as well in those communities. And I believe fundamentally and structurally, and the member and I have talked about this before, that we needed to move away to have a growth of community health centers in BC. We needed to move away from the fee-for-service model. And we've done that in a breathtaking way. As of today, over 2,900 doctors have joined the new payment model in BC, moving away from fee-for-service, which is a significant and extraordinary change. And 450 of those didn't practice under the billing code of longitudinal family practice last year. So this is changing the model, and I think it reflects the changing view of doctors. So the old community health centers that we remember, Reach and Mid-Main, they were in part expressions of an idea of services and community activity that was part of what I'd like to call, because I guess I'm part of it now, the old left. And they came forward, and they've been extraordinary. And in the case of Reach, we've added an urgent primary care center. And in the case of Mid-Main, capital funding to allow them to relocate and grow. Those are significant and historic ones. Every single community health center that exists in the province was in trouble when I became Minister of Health. Every single one of them has got funding to support their activities. But I believe the new model, we won't just see an increase in community health centers, but a dramatic increase in community health centers in the next year or two because of the new model, which is the structural change we needed to the healthcare system to allow the development of community health centers. And they may start off just as multidisciplinary team-based healthcare, but once you establish a substantial service in the community, they can bring in other services as neighborhood houses do. I think that model really works, and I'm pretty excited about what we're doing, particularly here in Metro Victoria, but of course on the east side of Vancouver as well.
Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good to see so much excitement about community health centers. I just want a bit of clarification on the Minister's vision for community health centers overall. There are the models that are community health centers that are accountable directly to the community, led through a local not-for-profit board. And then there is the urgent primary care centers, which is a very different model that is run by the health authority. When the Minister is talking about the growing number of community health centers, does he see that as fundamentally community health centers that are run by local community not-for-profit boards as opposed to being part of the health authority structures?
Minister.
Well, I believe in public health care too. So I think it's a good thing that there are health authority owned and operated health centers around the province. That's a good thing. And amongst the private clinics, of course, most doctors' offices are essentially, you could call them private for-profit clinics, but they're privately held, and it's a public insurance system that they get paid for, and community health centers would be a not-for-profit model on that basis. So we need to do both, right? And I think the urgent and primary care centers, a number of them have been partnerships with existing providers, such as Medical Arts and Nanaimo, for example, that a member will be familiar with, who started the urgent and primary care center there, for example, and we used an existing thing because recreating it wouldn't have made sense. They were already downtown, they were already providing great services, they were already doing team-based care. Expanding that out made a lot of sense. There's a group of doctors in Prince George on urgent and primary care where we did the same thing. At REACH, we funded the community health center to do an urgent and primary care center. So I think we need to do both. But what all of the centers that I was referring to are with boards, local boards. And before 2017, it was a very small number around the province. There's one that the member will be meeting with, I think, in Kamloops called STEPS, which started in 2017-18. But if you look at all of those were all local board-based community health centers, nonprofits. And I think what's going to change, and what has changed, is there was a long time when doctors, the local clinic, their doctor's office, they would sell their list when they retired. And that market doesn't exist any longer, and we're in fact supporting doctors through that system as we would support another structure. Okay? So if you're supporting the infrastructure, that can much more easily happen as part of the agreement with a nonprofit board, and a lot of young doctors would prefer that. They want to practice medicine, they don't want to do business. And that was different. There was a structural difference for a long time. That wasn't the position, as the member knows. It wasn't the position of doctors and nurse practitioners. The other thing that's happened is just the broad exceptions of team-based care. We've made a significant change on the scope of practice of pharmacists. And that would have been quite controversial a few years ago. And it has not been controversial. We've added, I think it's 32,000 medication adjustments a month since we started with just one element of that in October. So I think there's a broader support for team-based care. So the growing support for team-based care, which is the fundamental of the community health center model, the change in the model of payment, which is dramatic and seismic in, I think, creating more opportunities for community health centers. And that's why communities like Rutland and Lake Country, including, it's not just East Van and Victoria and the West Shore, but Rutland and Lake Country, and communities such as that are going to be encouraging community health centers, as I think our doctors, nurse practitioners, and health professionals. I think this coming year is going to be an exciting year, and we're going to see more and more growth.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Minister see psychologists as part of that team-based care, and physician assistants as part of that team-based care?
Minister.
Thank you. So I think I didn't quite hear. I didn't quite hear the last part. I heard psychologists.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. Psychologists and physician assistants.
Minister.
I think I went through the numbers, and I won't do it again because it's all on the Hansard record of the makeup of primary care networks, which is our fundamental organization and support for the expansion of team-based primary care. It's not, urgent and primary care centers are a small part of that, 410 FTEs, so not insignificant, 1.7 million visits, not insignificant, but those are significant parts of care. But if you look at how we built out team-based care through primary care networks, those proposals came from the community, and then they were approved by the Ministry of Health, and we've gone forward. And the share of allied health, which is disproportionately mental health and addiction, so often counseling services and others. I use the word share because in the Fraser Northwest Primary Care Network, it's the agency share, which the member will be familiar with, this providing part of that. We see some of that on the West Shore as well. And so more than 200 of the some 1,500 FTEs that have been added through primary care networks are addressing mental health and addiction. So team-based care in those settings are doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses and allied health professionals, which are a variety of groups, but really focused on mental health and addiction. And then beyond that, pharmacists and others. So that can be part of it. And certainly the mental health part of that is important. We had a discussion of physicians' assistants yesterday, and I can repeat that to say that the issue of their scope of practice is under review by the College of Physicians and Surgeons. My guess is that the focus would be less on primary care and more in care on the acute side, if they come through that process, and that there may be a place for that. But when we're looking for the broader solution, like with associate physicians, I think the number of potential associate physicians in BC right now is about 450, and they have a far wider scope. They have a wide scope of practice, somewhat equivalent, but not quite with nurse practitioners. With physician assistants, it's in the 30, 40, 50 range, because we don't train physician assistants in BC. They're only trained in Manitoba and Ontario. That's something to be considered, and probably not fundamentally in primary care, probably more broadly in acute care and support maybe of emergency room doctors.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And given that I have such a limited amount of time, I'm wondering if the Minister would be so kind as to keep answers as brief and succinct as possible. I will parse through those answers later in Hansard because they are lengthy. I want to talk specifically, my colleague Sanish North in the Islands had some very specific issues. Nursing at Lady Minto Hospital. The recommended nurse-to-patient ratio based on the care provided is often cited as being 4:1. The Lady Minto Hospital on Salt Spring Island has experienced patient-to-nurse ratios of 14:1. Nurses have a moral and ethical obligation, personal commitment to a patient's well-being, and they have been told to call 911 in the case of an emergency. So in a situation like this, where a hospital has a ratio like this, does the Minister think that it's safe for nurses and doctors to keep a hospital open that's so understaffed? And the question my colleague really once answered is, what was the gross expenditure at Lady Minto Hospital over the last 4 years? And if it's going to take a while, we can get that sent to us later. And as well as the question of how many hours in overtime have been logged by nurses. But really for the Minister right now, my question is, does he think that it's acceptable to have hospitals with that kind of ratio, 14:1, to be operating?
Minister.
So there are standards that we operate on. Occasionally you'll hear about emergency room closed, and we had that discussion earlier, and that's because you're not meeting that standard. That said, enormous effort has been made to support Lady Minto Hospital. including, I must say, by the community and the Lady Minto Hospital Foundation. I've had frequent discussions with her colleague from Sanish in the Islands on these questions. On the detailed question, I'm happy to get that information, which I think would be more useful given the issues of time that were raised. But I would say this, that we've led the country on the recruitment of registered nurses. So we're up 6.7% in BC, and they're down 0.7% in Alberta in the last year. We've just signed an agreement, and we'll be getting news imminently about the ratification vote of that agreement with nurses that dramatically improves will dramatically improve our ability to recruit and the quality of the life of nurses, including the move to ratios, which comes with it specific financial commitments to the government, $200, $250, and $300 million a year for that provision to support those actions. All of the actions, the new nursing positions, the new pathways for internationally educated nurses, the building out of team-based care, all of this supports Lady Minto and all the specific activity that everyone knows Island Health is doing to support that very important facility. So I'm happy to provide more detail to the honourable member's colleague, and if you could pass on to him my commitment anytime to meet together. But we meet together here and have been regularly, including yesterday, to discuss these issues. And I know he's a strong advocate for his community.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn to questions around COVID now. We know from FOIs that BC health officials knew about long COVID as early as April 2020. According to FOI requests, the Provincial Health Office was sent information from federal health officials the summer of 2020 speaking about the impacts of long COVID. From early 2021, the province was receiving information indicated that long COVID impacted both adults and children. So for 3 years, government and public health knew about long COVID. And recently, the health officer in an interview made a statement about impacts of COVID infections, in which she said it's not just affecting the lungs. We know it can lead to heart disease. We know that people who have post-COVID symptoms can have things like neurological issues. They have fatigue and brain fog and some of the other things that we have seen related to COVID. I asked the library to do a scan of all of the COVID-19 briefings since 2020 and how many times statements had been made in those briefings related to long COVID. It was 0. Long COVID clinics have closed earlier this year. There were about 4,000 people receiving care. Recently, we heard from Health Canada that more than 1 million Canadians are currently suffering with long COVID. Studies have shown that long COVID patients often experience what's called medical gaslighting as their symptoms get dismissed or classified as non-credible. Dr. Mona Nemmer described long COVID as a mass disabling event, which makes diseases like diabetes and hypertension more common. It could also have huge effects on the Canadian economy. We see in studies out of the US, it's estimated, long COVID is estimated to have reduced the workforce by as many as 1 million people. Since April 2022, 16 pediatric long COVID patients have been admitted to BC's Children's Hospital. It's also, it's been previously raised by myself, largely in question period, the concerns about long COVID and the lack of real information that's been provided as part of the public health information. So I think my question for the minister around long COVID, but also around, for example, the risks to heart damage, the risk of heart damage and heart disease from a COVID infection. I asked a colleague, a doctor, who indicated there were more than 900 medical journal articles about COVID and heart damage on PubMed, 900. So can the minister tell me what he believes to be the responsibility of government and public health in BC when it comes to informing the public about the risks of a COVID infection, and in particular, the risks of COVID when it comes to heart damage and the impacts of long COVID?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thanks to the member for her question. And I just wanted to take a minute to tell the House that our agreement with the Nurses Bargaining Association has been approved by the Nurses Bargaining Association, and this is news as it happens. And I wanted to congratulate both the Nurses Bargaining Association, the BCNU, the HSA, and everyone involved in that process, all our extraordinary teams who worked on that process. I think it's an important partnership for the future of healthcare, and I'm very appreciative of the ratification of that decision, which, as everyone knows, required an enormous amount of work and commitment on both sides and in multiple tables, and affects every aspect of what we're talking about, including this discussion here today. So I am delighted that the decision, that the contract has been ratified, and now the hard work begins. With respect to long COVID, we put together, started to put together, conceived in April 2020, so right at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, within a month of it, the interdisciplinary network, the post-COVID interdisciplinary care clinic network. It was formalized in the fall of 2020 as more and more people at that time were living with ongoing impacts of long COVID, sometimes called long COVID, ongoing impacts of their COVID-19 infection. We were the first jurisdiction in Canada to do that. It established standardized care pathways in the province and tools for people living with post-COVID symptoms, including, and it did, in-person clinics, online resources, and obviously support for networks and primary care providers and acute care providers across the province. Initially, 4 post-COVID recovery clinics were put in place. And at its height, in early 2020, in the middle of 2021, it had a significant number of referrals, 755 a month. At the end of last year, that number of referrals have been reduced to about 80 a month in that period. And so what we've done is we've made permanent the funding. It's a province-wide network of support. It's in the base of the ministry's budget, and it's going to be part of the healthcare system from now on, essentially, as many people in the province are living with chronic disease of different kinds and different impacts, because it doesn't materialize in one form. More than 4,000 patients continue to be supported in that network. We saw a reduction, as you'd expect, a 90% reduction in referrals means that you adjust the care you're providing. But we also have made it permanent, and that was done, and those issues were done at the behest and with the support of public health. So, you know, that's been the process that we've gone through. We're still the ones, I believe, the only province with such an interdisciplinary care network, which shows the priority we give to this issue, continue to give to this issue. And sorry, let's get the numbers right. The network has supported a total of 4,216 patients and currently supports over 1,500 patients. And as consistent with all the past practice, new patients will continue to be welcomed through referral. This is an area of concern, and equally, the access to data in BC, which supports ongoing research, which BC is part of that world community. The member referred to all of the reports and interest and studies in this matter. There was one produced last week that received world attention about the link between COVID-19 infections and new incidences of type 1 diabetes. That's because the people at the BC Centre for Disease Control, based on the study, had provided significant access to data that allowed those kind of studies to go ahead that help us understand the impact of COVID-19, which has been with us now for 3 years, but obviously has been the subject of enormous concentrated equipment. So long COVID is a strong priority of ours, continues to be, and we're going to continue and make permanent the funding for that network.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be really clear, I'm not asking about long COVID clinics. So what I'm asking is the responsibility that government and public health have to inform the public about long COVID, about the risks of a COVID infection. So in all of the presentations that have been done since 2020, in every slide that has been looked at, not once was long COVID mentioned in those public presentations. It might have been responded to from a question from the press, but not once in the public presentations in the slides in 3 years was long COVID mentioned. Not once was increased risk of heart disease or heart damage. So the question isn't, do we have clinics? The question isn't anything like that. The question is, what responsibility does a government have? What responsibility does public health have to inform the public about the risks of COVID infections as related to heart damage, heart disease, and long COVID? And has there been, I would be delighted to see what public-facing educational information has been created and presented to the public on these two topics.
Minister.
Well, as someone who's briefed the public for a few years, not on the medical aspects, obviously, of COVID-19, but on the seriousness of it, I don't think I have ever been anything less than unequivocal about the seriousness of a COVID-19 diagnosis. And we know, in particular, because we see this in the development of long COVID, that the people who are dealing with that most seriously are the people who are in critical care. If you've gone into critical care, who've gone into critical care in the past and then recovered from COVID-19, it has a profound effect. The group that is hospitalized is in the same category. It's one of the strong arguments we've made consistently around vaccination, which we continue to make. Yesterday, about 9,000 people were vaccinated in BC. And that vaccination is targeted on the most vulnerable people in society for that reason. 1.5 million people are in the categories encouraged to get vaccinated, for example, this spring in our spring booster program in BC. So I don't know. I mean, I appreciate, because we've had this discussion both publicly and privately over 3.5 years many times, that there's a disagreement and the minister thinks that we haven't at times communicated the difficulties and the seriousness of COVID-19. I have to tell her that I don't agree with that analysis. I think that Dr. Henry and Dr. Emerson and Dr. Daly and Dr. Gustafson and myself have repeatedly communicated the seriousness with which we take COVID-19, particularly because the impact of long COVID is greatest with people who already have existing health conditions. We've repeatedly talked about the vulnerability of people. It's why we gave them priority for vaccination, why we've taken so many actions to protect vulnerable people since the beginning of the pandemic.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the promotion I think I just got to minister. I'll take it for now. I would really appreciate if we could have from the minister in his office any examples of public-facing materials for educating the public about risks of long COVID and risks of heart damage or disease but I would like to pick up what the minister said about protecting the most vulnerable. So the Independent Human Rights Commissioner had quite a bit to say about the decision both to end quite abruptly the general mask mandates last year, but in particular the mask mandates in healthcare settings just a few weeks ago. And I'm going to quote what the Human Rights Commissioner said. "The removal of mask mandates has had a disproportionate impact on marginalized people, seniors, and those who are clinically extremely vulnerable. This represents a violation of their rights to equal participation in our communities. Masks minimally impair those who wear them, but the impact of COVID-19 on vulnerable people are well known, and they vary from mild to the deadly. If there is one space that all vulnerable people should be able to rely on to prioritize their safety, it is in healthcare settings, including long-term care facilities." The Human Rights Commissioner goes on to say, "This week's removal of universal masking directives in healthcare settings does not uphold a human rights-centered approach to public health." And she says, "In particular, the minor inconvenience masks cause for some must be balanced against the more profound harms to the rights of marginalized people to participate in society, and in this case, to access health care." And yes, the minister is correct. He and I have talked about these things many times. And I brought up to him the example of my daughter needing emergency surgery and needing to stay in hospital for 5 days following that surgery. And this was in the summer of 2022. And the relief, the not having the burden of thinking that while she was in hospital, her likelihood of contracting a COVID infection was not raised because everybody that we had contact with was wearing a mask. And indeed, after 2 days in the emergency ward and 5 days in hospital, she recovered from her surgery, and she did not. None of us got COVID. There have been a lot of people who have raised this issue around, in particular, healthcare settings. People don't have a choice to access healthcare settings. People who are very vulnerable, marginalized, clinically extremely vulnerable, the elderly, the very sick, the disabled. And my question for the minister is really, what is his response to the Human Rights Commissioner's comments on this decision?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thanks to the member for her question. These issues, as she's described in her own family experience, of course, are personal. Members will know, because we've spoken before, that a dear family member of ours, I won't identify who it is, but she passed away during the COVID-19 pandemic in long-term care, living in a room with multiple other people, got COVID-19 in long-term care, fought it off, passed away as a result of a stroke, dealt with COVID in the hospital, on the ward. You know, these issues are personal. If it sounds like the people who are in the provincial health office, and I know Dr. Henry and Dr. Emerson, and how many people they communicate directly with. They have been living this. And what I would say to the Human Rights Commissioner and to the honourable member is that at every phase of the COVID-19 pandemic, every phase, we have focused on the vulnerable. This started from the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was involved in long-term care, actions such as a single site order and restrictions on visitations, which were very, very, very difficult in some cases for both workers and residents in long-term care. The wage leveling that no one else in the province, in the country did, that allowed us to have the best record of anyone where there was significant COVID. Atlantic Canada had much less COVID than other areas of the country. The measures that were put in place to protect and support residents were unprecedented. The 7,000 employees added through the HCAP program and added through the infection prevention program, the massive investments, actions, and protections for people in long-term care, but not just people in long-term care. Only British Columbia took action to protect temporary foreign workers working in agriculture, so that when they came to British Columbia, they were given support and care and in a form of quarantine so they could be safe. And the result was, well, we had outbreaks in British Columbia in agricultural communities, which can sometimes be communities of vulnerability. We didn't see what they saw in Ontario because we took these absolutely unbelievable measures, imagining a month before we took them or 2 months before we took them that we would need to take them in order to protect the most vulnerable. When we did vaccinations, an extraordinary effort was led by Dr. Maureen O'Donnell of the Provincial Health Services Authority to establish and to prioritize the list of those who are clinically vulnerable in BC, 250,000. They got their vaccinations along with older British Columbians before everybody else because they were the most vulnerable. So these issues of vulnerability are important. And finally, I received a question from another point of view in the House today. We put in place a requirement for healthcare workers to be vaccinated, 100% of them, and it was a hard thing to do. I try and respect everybody, people who agree with me and the people who disagree with me. It was a very hard thing to do, and in BC, 100% of those people in those circumstances are vaccinated. And we have continued to keep that in place. And just to be clear, you'll sometimes talk about other provinces now opening up to rehiring people who are unvaccinated. No other province did that, not one. Only British Columbia did that, and we did that to protect those who are most vulnerable. So with respect to the criticism of these decisions made by the provincial health officer, the other thing that I think has been quite effective in BC on provincial health orders is that we, as a government, have supported our independent, in statute, provincial health officer in making those decisions. But I never use that as a step aside, as, oh, those decisions were made over here and I'm not responsible. I consider myself accountable in this legislature to those decisions. And I support the provincial health officer when she assesses public health measures and acts in the public interest. Throughout the pandemic, those measures have been frequently criticized and sometimes excessively and viciously in places. And I don't think Dr. Henry has ever responded to that in kind, as she shouldn't, but I think she has been courageous and thoughtful and seen people and listened to people and heard people and seen how difficult it is for people old and young in BC who've dealt with the effect of restrictions. So when decisions are made, they're based on the science. There can sometimes be a debate about the science and what's the right time to make the decision and what isn't. We've had debates, and the Honourable Member and I, over out-of-province travel and when restrictions should be brought in and not brought in the past, and about a whole series of other issues that have come in. And there have been criticisms at different times when restrictions have been changed about those decisions, either adding them or reducing them, as there has been in this case. But I have to say that I respectfully disagree with the Human Rights Commissioner and presumably the Honourable Member. I think that Dr. Henry and her team always act with the most vulnerable in mind. They've demonstrated that throughout the pandemic. These are difficult decisions to make, and she and her team have been tasked to make them, and I support her in that, understanding that, of course, people will disagree in democracy. That is something I would hope that would be done respectfully, but nonetheless, a disagreement is what we have from a number of points of view on all of these questions. I think Dr. Henry has done an excellent job, and she's done an excellent job because she always keeps the most vulnerable in mind.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I will hand the floor back to my colleague from the official opposition after this. Just two very specific questions following on those comments. What specific protections are in place for the most vulnerable in our hospital system now? And what does the Minister consider to be fully vaccinated?
Minister.
Well, Honourable Speaker, in our hospitals today, under the proof of vaccination requirement for healthcare workers, that's 2 primary doses, right? And that's the definition, and that's what is used for the vaccination requirement. That is, of course, the fact that 100% of healthcare workers are vaccinated is an important underlying support for the most vulnerable in our hospitals and in our long-term care facilities. And that continues to be an important requirement. Remember, we'll know that in hospitals, when it's clinically required, people are masked, that there are specific measures, because we know that while the number of people in hospital tested positive for COVID-19 has been relatively stable in the last number of weeks, continues to be relatively stable, that a portion of that group of people are people who are positive for COVID-19 but are not in hospital with primary COVID-19. I think the number of people in critical care the last day I looked at it, which was a day or so ago, was 20 in hospital, which is a pretty stable number. So we have vaccine requirements, we have masking where required, we have staying home when you're sick, and that is happening in the care system. There's, of course, the mandatory sick days that everyone has access in BC, and all of the other things that we do in hospital and in long-term care with respect to infection control. In addition to that, we added thousands of infection control workers in long-term care. And even though a lot of their role, which was to deal with proof of vaccination at the door in long-term care, is not required. Those were some of the changes made when Dr. Henry changed the provincial health order earlier this month. They continue to be funded and supported in long-term care across the province. So we support infection control with an extra workforce on the ground, as we are in the hospital sector as well. So across acute care hospitals and long-term care homes, there is an absolute focus on infection control, and there continues to be. And in addition to that, BC, as you know, as everybody knows, is the only jurisdiction in Canada that has a proof of vaccination requirement for healthcare workers.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemont.
Thank you very much to the Minister, and appreciated the discussion and questions from the Leader of the Third Party. I want to just obviously, I'm not in a position to react from a having been briefed perspective. I know the Minister is celebrating the signing of the agreement with nurses, and I think that's an important step. His comment, the comment I would most agree with, is that now the hard work begins, because not only is the concept of nursing ratios new in British Columbia, but in our country, and obviously we have Australia who's done it, but it comes in the context of an extreme shortage of healthcare professionals. So obviously we're going to be monitoring very carefully. I look forward to a fulsome briefing now that the vote has concluded. And I think the Minister, obviously, having a positive ratification is important, but it's also important to note that the percentage was 61%. And that speaks to a lot of people in nursing who have concerns about their profession. And I would be very we're going to have to watch very carefully what the impacts are. We can't afford to lose more nurses. I have said continuously that retention is absolutely critical, and obviously there are groups of a fairly large number of nurses who still have concerns even after the contract was approved by 61%. So obviously I'll look forward to a briefing and looking at the specific details of the contract now that that process is complete. I want to move on to cancer, and then I want to also talk about capital, perhaps a couple of other issues. So hopefully we can move expeditiously through these questions. In an issues note from the Ministry of Health transition binder, it says this, and I quote, "BC Cancer has experienced increasing service delivery pressures and declining performance over the past several years," end quote. And here's what we know. Wait times to see an oncologist are likely 43 days or higher. Wait times for gynecological cancer surgery as long as 5 times the target of 2 weeks. So from the Minister's transition binder, we also know that the percentage of patients treated with chemotherapy within 2 weeks dropped to 77%. The percentage of patients receiving radiation therapy treatment dropped now to 84% within 4 weeks. And the percentage of patients seen by their radiation oncology consult within 4 weeks reached 48%. So it's clear, British Columbia has some exceptional people that work in cancer care, and I want to begin by saying that. We're grateful for that. But I would like the Minister to stand up today and acknowledge that these wait times are unacceptable, and have the Minister outline for me exactly what is being done to ensure that the wait times, how he is going to work to ensure that wait times are reduced, that targets are met, and that patients will see the specialists and receive the care they need within the expected target times.
Minister.
Thank you. So 3 separate things that the member talked in. I just want to say in terms of the nurses agreement, I'm very happy, and we'll provide both the detailed deck we have in advance and then offer for the honourable member the briefing next week if that works for her, or at a time that's convenient with the Deputy Minister and our team. I would say that it was 61% approval, which was somewhat better than the last round, but is not as much as you'd want. I think we'd just be frank about that, which shows that nurses continue to be concerned. In their significant majority supported the agreement, and it is an exceptional agreement for nurses. It also reflects the concern of a significant portion of nurses. So I acknowledge that, but I'm also very, very pleased that such a dramatic change, which I believe will improve the quality of the lives of nurses and the lives of patients, has been passed in BC. It's really, really good news for everybody in the province, and and I want to just acknowledge the very, very hard work of everyone involved on the BCNU side, and their president and her executive and their chief negotiator, Mr. Gould, and then on our side, Steve Brown and the whole team at the Ministry of Health and the whole team at HEABC and PSEC. So I want to thank all of those people. 2 quick answers to questions that were earlier. Genuine short staffer answers: MRI tech vacancies 16.79 FTEs, CT tech vacancies 20.43 FTEs. Those were questions that the member had that I wouldn't specifically respond to. Any wait is too long if you have cancer. Any wait is too long. And that's why we put in place a 10-year provincial cancer plan. That's why we've taken immediate steps under that plan, for example, with the issue of oncologists to dramatically improve essentially their wage in British Columbia. We were, I think, 6th in the country in wages. We're now number 1 in wages as we go out to recruit more oncologists. That's important. We were some 55 to 60,000 below Alberta at the beginning of this year. So that number was 411,000. Because of the PMA and because of our investment, it's now 472,000, which is above the average rate in Alberta, which I think is 460. This obviously supports our commitment, including all the other steps we're taking. We also took significant steps with various allied health categories in cancer as well to address wage discrepancies, because we need to recruit, and we are aggressively doing so and have an aggressive campaign to do that. A major investment is going to expand cancer care teams. It's obvious. It's as I noted, introducing revised pay structures so that we're recruiting and we're the most attractive place to come. Improving our cancer screening programs, we can talk about that. The increased Indigenous support programs, which is important as part of our Indigenous cancer plan, which was been in place since 2018. And obviously the support for cancer research, we discussed that in the House earlier, and that was in supplementary estimates. And also new funding to support people living in rural and remote communities who need to travel for cancer care. That's a key part of the plan. So we have to apply that, and all of our health human resources strategies are applied to cancer. And I would say, as both immediate steps and midterm steps and long-term steps, this plan is what BC Cancer needs, but we need to go. And we have been doing that, and we will do that, and that will involve, I think, and will need to involve extraordinary action, and we're prepared to take extraordinary action to ensure that people get the care they need when they need it. And they're asking me to qualify my view about waits for cancer. Any wait time is too long for cancer.
Member.
Well, thank you. And, in response to the minister, we need extraordinary action. Because when I look at the chart that's included in the briefing binder, and it's table 1, the transition binder, key wait time performance measures for BC cancer treatment and oncology consultation services, the target is 90%. And when we look at Q1 in 22-23, chemotherapy treatments, for example, within 2 weeks dropped to 77%, and it went down every single year since 2017. Radiation therapy treatments dropped from 90% to 84%. Radiation oncology consults went from 90% as a target to 48%. Medical oncology consults went from 90% as the target to 60. In 2017, it was 77. It's now 60. And that's out of the minister's own binder. So it's not you know, those are the facts. And so what we are seeing is that British Columbia has lost its position in Canada when it comes to cancer care. And there's no other way to describe it. The minister can lay out the initiatives and the successful parts and the positive side, but this is the reality for British Columbians facing cancer in British Columbia today. And it's not good enough. And we do need extraordinary action. And that's why I am even more concerned by the cancer plan that was presented by the government. The minister speaks to it. So we should be clear, there is no full costing that I'm aware of. I'd be happy for the minister to provide me with that costing today. There's no real sense of firm deliverables, timelines. How do we actually measure success? When we see the numbers dropping in the way that they have in our province, we need to have specific, clear targets, measurables, and reporting out. And I agree with the leader of the third party. Transparency matters. That's what gives people confidence when they can actually see the outcomes and the results. Believe me, when you look at a chart that says that priority procedures and benchmarks, every single one of them has gone down, that tells us something in terms of where we need to go and what we need to do. So I want to give an example. So if you look at the report, I go through the report, on page 36, for the action described to strengthen equity of access in cancer surgeries, it states success would look like this, and I quote, for people at risk or affected by cancer, improved access to appropriate cancer surgery. Well, that's the bare minimum anyone would expect from a cancer plan. That it's good. The goal is it's going to get better. There'll be improved access. So what I would like the minister to outline for me is, what are the targets? Where's the measurement? How are we going to know there's been any success? And I can go through the report. I tagged all of the what success will look like. I mean, you know, so you just look at it. What success will look like for people at risk or affected by cancer, the cancer system will be sustainable. Well, I would certainly hope so. So we can see that outcomes and benchmarks the meeting of benchmarks has deteriorated. And we have a cancer plan that does not have specific targets that line up against that and say, here's exactly what we are going to do. So can the minister tell me, what is the full costing of the cancer action plan? Are there timelines and clear definitive targets attached to the actions, to every one of those actions?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member. And yes, I believe transparency matters. And I just say, I left it with the leader of the Green Party. That report that was being asked for doesn't exist. I can't release a report that doesn't exist. There was the Medical Services Commission enforces the law and they acted, and it's all public. And there is in that case, I think it would be legitimate if there was a report to release it. In fact, knowing my position on these questions, I think you can pretty much guarantee that I would have released such a report and would continue to. I think we can talk about specific results of elements of the plan that have been put forward, but I think what would the targets of a plan look like? And I'll just take a couple of elements of it, which the member mentioned. One is stabilize and enhance the cancer care workforce. Well, that's expanding hours of operation for systemic therapy and radiation therapy treatment delivery, the hiring of 61.3 FTEs in medical and radiation oncology. Those are the kinds of targets you would look at in those sorts of the plans. With respect to strengthening equity of access, it's meeting meeting the targets that are set forward for surgeries and for, in the case of radiation, for radiation therapy, and to meet those benchmarks within national standards. Those are the goals. We're seeing a dramatic increase in the number of cases of people with cancer. We've dramatically increased, obviously, the money spent, the surgeries done, and so on, and we still have to put the pressure on to make sure that we're responding to the situation now, but also building out for what we'll be facing 5 and 10 years from now. I told the member, I think in response to a question earlier, that we're going from 30,000 annual diagnoses now to 10 years from now, 40,000 diagnoses. And that means expanding our capacity by that much and more to meet incoming demand. And that's why we put forward a 10-year cancer plan to the province. The first 3 years of that plan, in addition to the operating lift, which is substantial this year across the system, and we've talked about that earlier in the estimates debate, includes on top of that $270 million that goes across, that it deals with issues of patient and service volumes, retention and compensation, and of course diagnostic imaging, which are the key elements really of cancer care. And so that's the plan. Those, when we lay out what we intend to do, it's in line with exactly those kind of initiatives. Just as a small example around the prevention strategies, those would include the rates of HPV vaccination coverage and the rates of the success of a tobacco strategy. That's a more public-facing and prevention strategy. So yes, it's a plan with targets. Yes, I think it's the right plan. That's 270 incremental to the incremental growth lift of the PHSA and BC Cancer over the next 3 years with, I would say, more to come. In addition to that, of course, we've already had the discussion of the longer-term research funding that we had in supplementary estimates.
Member.
Well, thank you very much to the Minister for that response. And I have the same concerns about the Health Human Resources strategy as I have about the cancer strategy. It is one thing to have a document full of words. It is another thing to measure outcomes, because that's what matters in the end of the day. What matters is we need to see the trend in this chart in terms of when benchmarks are not being met. We need to see actions that move to improve wait times, to lessen the degree of wait in the province. So I'm asking the Minister if he will commit to making wait time data public. The public has a right to know what wait times are. And will he make benchmark data available that as part of the 10-year cancer plan, that we will have a monitoring system that is public with measurable, tracked outcomes so that we can actually understand. We shouldn't have to rely on FOI or leaked information to know what the situation is in British Columbia. The Minister loves, and I appreciate it, he is here and he answers questions for days. He didn't answer as many days as I would have liked in Bill 36, but we had that conversation earlier. But what we really need is transparency. It is not acceptable when wait time and wait times, when we look at chemotherapy treatments, has gone from 95% of the procedures meeting the target of 2 weeks to 77. And when you think of radiation oncology consults, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier in terms of the importance of those, the wait one and all of the steps along the way. It dropped from 63% in 2017 to 48. So British Columbia is trending in the wrong direction when it comes to cancer care. That is not a criticism of the health personnel that are involved, but we have a healthcare system that is overwhelmed. And we need to make sure we're moving ahead on the diagnostic side, the pharmaceutical side. All of those things contribute to the challenges that we're facing. So will the Minister commit to making wait time data public? Will he also ensure that wait time and benchmark data will be made public, and that as part of the 10-year cancer plan, we will have a comprehensive performance monitoring system?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you to the member for a question. We have committed to that. We need in the first 3 years of the plan to get on all measures within clinical benchmarks. And that's a key priority, and that's my expectation. And it's my expectation that extraordinary measures will be taken to do that. Extraordinary measures will be taken to do that. And so I'll just again, both are the case. I would expect both to be the case. I think when we did the surgical renewal initiative, we did that. And I think it's important, both when you're facing challenges, and it challenges and holds government accountable, but also builds momentum for the system. When we reduced the number of people on our surgical wait list in the province, that felt good for the system, that we'd done that and we'd achieved that, that we increased the number of operating room hours by 17,000, and we're able to report that that's good for the system. But the chips have to fall where they may, I think, right? Which means and that's why we have a plan that tells us that we have to achieve clinical benchmarks within 3 years, and that we have to publicly report on that on a regular basis. That's the intention. That's what we announced when I announced the plan, and that's what I intend to do. And we've done that consistently with plans, whether it be surgical renewal, part of COVID-19. I know some people disagree with that, but there was a lot of reporting. That's all I can say. And it will be in this area because I think it's essential both to build public confidence and support, but also to show and demonstrate the momentum we have in every area, whether that's on the health human resources side or the delivery of service side. And how do you do that? How we did it in surgical renewal was we added hundreds of new surgical nurses and trained them. And amongst other things, I think 75 new medical device processing technicians. That's how you have to, and more anesthesiologists. That's how you do it. And then you add operating room time, and that's how you do it. It's similar to this process. And so exactly what the member is asking for, that is exactly what will be delivered.
Member.
Very much, Madam Chair. And I certainly acknowledge to the Minister that it does go both ways. And when the information is made public, then British Columbians can judge for themselves how they feel about that progress. So when we talk about surgical wait times, for example, if they've improved, the data will speak for itself. And I am a very firm believer that data should drive decision making, and it should drive outcomes and results in the province. So, as I said, I am concerned that, we have now seen British Columbia facing worsening wait times, and in fact, this isn't question period. This is the facts. Looking at the chart, our wait times are some of the worst in the country, and that is not good enough for British Columbians who hear that absolutely terrifying word of a cancer diagnosis. And I know the Minister understands that and talks to people all the time, like I do. I want to just quickly get an update, if I could, from the Minister. We've already had my colleagues talk about the Kamloops Cancer Centre, and I suggested to the Minister maybe he was holding on to those announcements for that surprise snap election that's coming, and have a big list of announcements. So let's talk about the Nanaimo Cancer Centre. What is the timeline for business plan approval? Will it happen within this year? When will it open? So can the Minister give some hope and some specific details related to the Nanaimo Cancer Centre promise?
Minister.
I'm expecting the Nanaimo Cancer Centre and the announcements around it not to be concurrent, but to be very close with where we're going on the Kamloops Cancer Centre. They're both, I think, important initiatives. They're both initiatives that, there's always going to be a political debate about these things. I understand that. But they're important initiatives to me, to get going on them, to drive those initiatives, because for the very reasons I stated before, and they will, of course, require very significant investment in health human resources. It's not just building the centre. You have to staff the centre, and we'll be doing that work. But the Nanaimo Cancer Centre, I think there will be details available soon. These are projects, each of which will be in their, as inevitably their phased projects, but in the hundreds of millions of dollars, each of them. And I would expect that the people of Nanaimo will hear around the time that the people of Kamloops hear about the details of the projects.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm relieved to hear that. I think that you know, making a promise is one thing, keeping it is the most important part of that, and I know that the people of Nanaimo and Kamloops are deeply concerned about making sure that those projects move forward in as expeditious a way as possible. I'm wondering now if we could move to capital for just a few minutes here, and I'd like to speak to, obviously, the Minister knows what I'm going to ask him, and that is about the University Hospital of Northern British Columbia. We are waiting, and as the Minister knows, the concept plan was approved multiple years ago. At that time, there was actually a news release that said that business planning would take 12 to 18 months. Last year, when I asked the Minister on the status of the project, he said the business plan would take 18 to 24 months. So we've now actually blown right past the second deadline, and in scouring through the budget, it is still not in there, and the business plan has not been announced. The Minister knows how important this is. And one of the things I appreciated was, I know that the Deputy Minister of Health has also been to that hospital. And we need to have an acute care tower. We need added supports for mental health and addictions programming. There are so many needs. We are a regional center, and we are desperately in need of the upgraded facility at UHNBC. And the Minister and I both know that from the time you put the shovel in the ground, it is years until that work is complete. And my deep concern for the people of Northern Health, Prince George is a regional referral hospital, that it will be into the 2030 before we have that facility complete. So I am asking the Minister today to assure me and give me specific details about when that project will move forward. I would like him to confirm that there will be cardiac care. There are still far too many people being sent out of our community to other cities to have services that could be done right where we live. And that is traumatic. It is, and I can speak to that very personally, and the Minister knows that. It is extraordinarily difficult to deal with healthcare issues when you are not near your home, near the people who love you and care about you. So I'm asking the Minister today to give me some sense of confidence that the project will move forward and that there are timelines and that the business case has been approved and we're going to move ahead with UHNBC.
Minister.
Well, the member knows that when things are approved, she'll be amongst the first to know. And she knows that she will know before the public knows. It would be my expectation that she would be there for that announcement, because it's been something that she's advocated for a long time. I just say to the opposition House Leader, we're talking about Prince George here, not Kamloops, so not the time to interrupt. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. Yeah, I know it's true. It's true. It's a problem. The member for Kamloops called Prince George Greater Kamloops, I think there. But in any event, it's a critical project. We've pressed through with projects in a really determined way across Northern Health, of course, where the projects at Stewart Lake, the projects at Mills Memorial is going to open in 2024. It's such a fantastic thing. The project in Dawson Creek going forward, one in Quesnel just finished, and we're going to, this is an important project, and the member knows it's an important project to me because we've toured the hospital and I've heard her advocacy, but not just her advocacy, the advocacy of nurses, the advocacy of the people on the Northern Health Board. She knows Frank Everett. He knows that Frank will occasionally call me to discuss these questions and is a determined advocate for Prince George and others, right? So it's an important project. We're obviously not going to make announcements here, but it's an important project in our plan. So people understand the nature of it. And part of the philosophical response, I was going to say to the member for Kamloops, who asked a very straightforward question, so we didn't have a partisan debate, and I really appreciate that, because I think people in Kamloops just want a cancer center. People in Prince George just want this development. One, that cardiac care would be central to such a proposal under any circumstance. But I do think, and it's something I reflect on for communities, that we have to be, we have to find ways to be less opaque about these processes. Remember, went through that experience. It's not that different than when she was in government on this side. But I think for communities, it's really frustrating. Come up, someone makes an announcement, and nothing happens for a while. If you're just a member of the public, or you're a nurse, or you're a health sciences professional, or physio, nothing's happening, and then another announcement is made. I think we got to find ways, and I personally think that the relationship between concept and business plan should be merged. There shouldn't be as many steps, personally, and that's something that the person directly behind me, Mr. Eaton, is reflecting on right now as we speak, because he does that work for us on this project and lots of other projects as well. So it's a high priority project that they are, and my job really is to steward these projects through, understanding that most of the projects that I announce in healthcare, I'm unlikely to be there for the ribbon cutting. That's in the nature of things. At Royal Inland, that project was started under the previous government, the big project there, the tower project there. The second phase of the project I started, I had to prove continuing on with the P3, and in that case, I decided to do so. I didn't want to interrupt the project at all, notwithstanding my beliefs on P3s or anything else. We just kept going. And I believe my role in this project and others is to steward them forward, understanding that it's the community's project, not my project, and I'm very committed to keeping the member informed and very committed to the project.
Member.
Well, thank you to the minister, and I do want to say this, despite the fact that I have fairly regularly called for his resignation. I should say we do, but I should say that I am grateful for the minister's approach to engagement with MLAs, and I can say that he and I have had many discussions about UHMBC, about the need for cardiac care. And I remember the first time I actually asked this question, I think many years ago, I will point out, we talked about having a modern hospital that reflects the needs of a region, and especially northern BC. And I took the minister at his word, especially when it comes to things like modernizing our care to include cardiac care and things like that. So I appreciate that. I will continue to be hopeful that we get this project underway, because by the time we get the shovel in the ground, it is going to be a long time from now, and that is a significant concern for me. I want to move on to the Cowichan Hospital for a moment. We have made we have certainly not made a secret of the fact that we are concerned when community benefits agreements drive cost up. And I'm wondering, if the minister could speak to the situation that has occurred at Cowichan Hospital. It is significantly over budget. The cost is double the per bed cost of projects across the country in Ontario, Quebec, and even Newfoundland. So when you think about capital budgets and the fact that we have limited taxpayer dollars, can the minister just speak to the whole issue and the very significant consequences that have been a result, frankly, of community benefits agreements? And it causes me concern about what projects in the years ahead will be folded in under that particular model. So could the minister speak to that whole issue and the fact that we need to be looking at how we build hospitals effectively, efficiently, inclusively, including with First Nations, and certainly keeping them as close to on budget as possible.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. And just a final point on Prince George, and say this to people in Prince George. I think cardiac care is really important. I think surgery is really important. I think if we see the change in the hospital, it'll really be in the mental health and addictions area of that as well. All of them are, they're not, one's not more important than the other. I know the member agrees with this, that one of the things that was, that is quite difficult when you go to that hospital, when it's providing mental health services for the entire North, really. In some cases, it's acute mental health services. And then you go to Royal Inland and you see what a new mental health floor is in that hospital and the difference between the two. You have to aspire to the latter. You have to aspire to the latter, but I'll leave that aside, that issue aside. The community benefits agreements are not a significant driver of costs at Cowichan Hospital. We had a competitive bidding process, and it came to the result it did. And we've seen escalation in capital costs for projects. I heard Mr. Poilievre, who I rarely quote, but talk about the increase in the Trans Mountain pipeline from $5 billion to $30 billion, I think he said in the House the other day. I don't know. I don't know whether he's against the project or in favor of the project. It wasn't clear to me as he was making that demonstration. But in any event, I'm sure he'll be happy to know that I'm listening to what he was saying. It was my television accidentally got stuck on CPAC at night. In any event. Yeah, actually, I was looking for the MBA. It's obviously a $558 million cost increase. CBA costs are estimated to account for approximately $6 million of that, but it's a significant cost increase. It's also an important hospital in Island Health. And I think with respect to how we deal with ensuring that public construction projects benefit communities, I think there's many ways to doing that. My person on my left, Jonathan Dubé, has been working with First Nations on a number of projects, but how we sometimes, beside projects, can incent participation, because it's very important to do that, both for a sense of ownership of the project, and I think that would surely be the case, for example, when doing a Prince George project. You'd want to ensure to the maximum possible, and we've done this in Cowichan as well, and there's been some public discussion of that, which we could renew or not, as the case may be. But how we do that, and it may be besides through an incentive route to make sure that construction goals are met, it's setting standards on all projects. There shouldn't just be the projects that have community benefits agreements that see those standards in place. The Cowichan project has had and does have very significant Indigenous representation in its worker group, much more so than other like projects around. But there are also other ways to achieve those goals, and we're seeing that in different projects, whether it be in Williams Lake, whether it be at Cowichan in its own way, whether it be in Fort St. James, or whether it be in Terrace.
Member.
Well, thank you. And in the minister's modus operandi, always looking at the glass half full, we should be clear about the Cowichan Hospital project. It was announced in July 2018 with a budget of $600 million, expected completion in 2024. It's 3 years behind schedule and $850 million over budget. And the last time I checked, it's the most expensive hospital project of its kind in Canada. That is not a record that we want to have in British Columbia. And again, that is not a criticism of the very hardworking staff that the minister has referenced. But it's about management, and it is about the model. From our perspective, I would be very surprised if it's only a $6 million allocation that is set, that is attributed to a community benefit agreement. But I have a binder full of questions, and I need to figure out a few more here. So I want to raise the issue of the maternity services at the new Surrey Hospital. I'm not sure what happened here, but somebody missed the memo, because last year when in estimates, I asked the minister, he said there would be no maternity services available at the New Surrey Hospital. When the Premier was out during his leadership campaign, he made the statement, if there's a need for additional maternity care, there's space at this hospital to be able to do that. And we know that is in direct conflict with an FOI that we received from Fraser Health that says, and I quote, "Pediatric and maternity services are out of scope for the New Surrey Hospital." So out of scope means they're not on the plan and they're not on the books. And so, you know, when a recently released report from the Surrey Board of Trade made it clear that the hospital isn't enough. It falls short in terms of the number of beds, maternity services, and fails to address emergency planning. So can the minister speak to the serious concerns that have been raised by the people of Surrey, and certainly the contradiction that we've seen? There is the facts make it clear that maternity services and pediatric services, despite being a new hospital to serve the growing population in Surrey, are out of scope. So could the minister speak to that very serious issue for the people of Surrey?
Minister.
Well, I'm delighted that we're building a second hospital in Surrey. A proposal, I should say, that had been rejected by the previous government, and land had been purchased for that project, and they sold the land. And what we did was, and what we do on hospital projects, is we have the outstanding staff of the Fraser Health Authority assess needs and assess priorities for what's going to be in the hospital. So is there the capacity, should circumstance change and we need to add maternity services? Would there be capacity for that? Yes, there is. That's not in the plan now, and so all of the statements are consistent that the member read out. With respect to the Surrey Board of Trade report, the Surrey Board of Trade is a strong supporter of a second hospital in Surrey and a strong supporter of this project. And in their report, what they detailed was the failure to meet the capital demands of the Fraser Health Authority over decades. And they listed off the hospital. I forget if it's page 5 or page 6 of the report. I have it somewhere here, but I got a lot of paper and we don't have a lot of time. But Burnaby, $1 billion plus hospital project. New Westminster, $1 billion plus hospital project. Eagle Ridge, new significant hospital project started and completed under this government. Langley Memorial, significant hospital project. Peace Arch, significant hospital project. Second hospital in Surrey, more action at Surrey Memorial Hospital, new emergency room at Abbotsford Hospital. These were the projects, these were the sites that were listed off in that report. And what they were saying was that Fraser Health had dramatically fewer acute care beds per capita than they should have. Well, that situation occurred in the previous period, and we are putting together the massive capital expenditure to change that. So when we develop a plan for a new hospital in Surrey, I don't go around deciding it's going to be this or that or the other thing. The priority, and a priority, was given to cancer care. Why? Because Surrey's population, which was younger than the provincial average, is going to reach the provincial average in 2035, and they need dramatically more cancer care. That's a priority at the hospital. So we are building, of all of the projects across BC, most of them increase capacity of those hospitals. This is the one standalone new project. It's in Surrey, and it's because we give high priority to the people of Surrey. And I saw the Board of Trade report, and I'm delighted about their criticism of the record of the previous government, and say that on capital, we're responding to that by adding services in every possible way. The MRI machines that we've added, the urgent primary care system we added, the nurse practitioner-led clinic we added, the primary care networks we've added, the second hospital we've added, the new services at Surrey Memorial we've added, the mental health and addiction services we've added. And I am going to be meeting with the Board of Trade because we want to do more. Because we know that Surrey is BC's fastest growing and most dynamic community, and we've been responding to their healthcare needs, and we've had great support. And I want to personally thank Anita Huberman of the Board of Trade, who has two great characteristics. One, she was born in Pune, as was my wife, in India, and 2, she's a great representative of people in Surrey. And I'm going to be working with her and meeting with her about how we can advance other interests. Because personally, and if you're just asking me personally, I also think that Surrey needs, for example, more renal care. And that's a project that we can work on together. And I'm going to be engaging with the Board of Trade and the Hospital Foundation about that, because that's a key priority for the people of Surrey. So I am delighted that we're building a second hospital. It's a disagreement, I think we have, but that's okay. I'm delighted we're doing it in Surrey. Of course, we allow the experts to define the need. In the case of maternity, we have maternity at Peace Arch, we have maternity at Langley, we have maternity at Surrey Memorial. So the question is, how do you address an increase in the need for capacity in that region? And we let the professionals make those recommendations, and when you don't do that, you get in trouble. We don't need politicians producing Lego hospitals. We need to support the funding, and this is going to be the largest provincial contribution to a capital project in the history of British Columbia, and I can't wait to get going, and I invite everybody, because it's coming soon, to when we break ground. It is great news for the people of Surrey.
Member.
Well, add that to the list of announcements that's coming soon. Perhaps there is going to be that snap election in the fall. Well, there's been a lot of evidence presented over the last 4 days that might be the case. Well, I certainly am not suggesting that politicians should build Lego hospitals, but what I am suggesting is that when Surrey has more children per capita than any other Western Canadian city and has had a net decrease in pediatric beds, and the fact that the city of Surrey has BC's highest birth rate, one would think pediatric and maternity care actually matters. And so does an increase in capacity in both of those areas. So I would like to suggest the Minister of Health may want to have a conversation with the Premier, who was apparently unaware that maternity care is not in scope. And his promise was, well, if we need maternity care, I'm sure there's room in the hospital for that. In fact, there isn't. He needs to take a look at that, and it is a significant concern for the people of Surrey. So while I appreciate the minister's enthusiasm, we also need to look at the reality of the situation for the people of Surrey. So appreciate that response. I want to just raise the issue of diabetes. We have, I know this is very obviously an important issue for the minister personally. I think that we know that apparently currently about 20,000 patients are estimated by the Ministry of Health to qualify and receive reimbursement for CGM devices. Only patients that match the government's very strict criteria, which limits access to only those patients who use insulin 4 times a day, can receive coverage for life-changing technology. So would the minister agree that, first of all, that's an accurate estimate? And can the minister provide a different estimate of the number of insulin-using patients who do not qualify for CGM coverage?
Minister.
So we're going to get the answering shortly, but I'll just say briefly that yes, I was very interested in supporting the availability of continuous glucose monitors. A list of the things that I am proudest of, that's certainly one of them. And expanding, we first expanded coverage to all adults for insulin pumps. The original coverage for children was announced by Premier Campbell in 2008, as I recall. I advocated as leader of the opposition for it to be increased, to 25, and that was done under Minister Lake. And then I extended coverage to all adults and all people in BC for insulin pumps, and then provide the coverage for CGM. So these are, what I'd say is, and maybe what I'll do is provide the member with the number she's looking for, but what I'd say generally is CGM is intended for people with what we call type 1 diabetes in a broad sense. And that was the intention of it. And just to look at the categories of people with diabetes, and that's not the question that the member asked, but it's roughly 30-odd thousand people with type 1 diabetes overall in BC. I don't personally have a CGM, although I'm interested in that. I'm a bit old school. It's needle and syringe, and people don't need to know anymore. But you know, the issue with diabetes and diabetes drugs is significant for people. The hundreds of thousands of people, not the tens of thousands of people type 1, the hundreds of thousands of people with type 2, and there's some significant issues there. And then there's some people who refer to something called prediabetes as well. And so those are significant issues, and a lot of that is drug access and availability, and we know we've had a recent discussion of the drug Ozempic, which provides access for people with type 2 diabetes. In previous estimates, I believe with the member for Kelowna Mission, we had a discussion of the drug Jardiance, which is also a limited coverage drug for type 2 diabetes. So yes, those assessments are made all the time, but obviously there are different treatment modalities for people with type 1 and type 2, but there are a number of people, of course, living with type 2 diabetes who require insulin, so those are issues for them as well. Just to give a sense, the estimated annual per patient cost is for CGM is about $4,438. But we, of course, that's all in the public record. We negotiate, and Mr. Manio behind me is, you know, and his team are truly heroic public servants in the confidential discounts they get on drugs, which allows us to have many drugs available. We were talking about ALS drugs yesterday, and that's the work that they do is some of the most extraordinary public service work that I've seen as Minister of Health.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just have the minister perhaps speak to the issue that you know, certainly it's my understanding that the group of people most affected by diabetes within First Nations, the South Asian and East Asian communities, seniors populations in BC have type 2 diabetes. So is there consideration for looking at how the criteria, the eligibility criteria for CGM might disproportionately impact these particular patient populations?
Minister.
Just in a general sense, type 1, type 2 diabetes are very different. The type 1 diabetes requires CGM for many people. And I want to say, I think people will know this, but what was particularly important for me was, in that case, was children, because really with type 1 diabetes, you're artificially controlling your blood sugar. So it's not, within a day, it's much more unstable based on the insulin you take. And so for parents, you can imagine your child has type 1 diabetes, and you want to test them all the time, and testing them requires drawing blood at 3 in the morning. And what CGM has allowed for parents is the ability on their cell phone to see how their child's doing, even when they're not with their child. I mean, it's not just a health question, it is liberating for people. And in type 1 diabetes, the needs of people with type 2 diabetes are different, although some people in that category are closer to type 1's needs. So I'll provide sort of a detailed response to how we look at that question. But I don't think they're disproportionately impacting. Sometimes I think it's the case for type 2 diabetes. A lot of what we're seeing is the extraordinary improvement in type 2 diabetes drugs. So there's a talk about Ozempic, which is around sort of sometimes around media issues and around its need as a weight loss drug, but it's also an effective drug for type 2 diabetes. Metformin's always been an effective drug, Jardiance, but the improvement in these drugs is significant over time, just as the improvement in insulin. And the challenge for us as payers, of course, is that these are all brand name drugs that are quite expensive. And so we're focused on that. The final thing I'd say is this, on type 2 diabetes, there's also the investments that we need to make. And the people at the Healthy Living Association, I know they meet with the member, and will tell you that on type 2 diabetes, it's social determinants of health, it's inequality, it's access to exercise sometimes. There's an argument, all the arguments we have to make about people being healthier overall. And these are real decisions about what the appropriate expenditure is. But yes, we look at who needs CGM, and that's something that we assess as we're going through the process. It's been a very successful program so far. It's been focused on type 1, and I think its outcomes are really important and really good. And we can look at other things, but there's a whole range of things that we have to do for people with type 2 diabetes, including addressing really fundamental questions of social determinants of health and access to good food, which is true for all kinds of diabetes, more so than most people in society, and other things we can do. So you have to judge against how much impact you can have, different actions you're taking. But we're going to have to, because the type 2 diabetes drugs are improving, we're going to have better access to those. And maybe CGM is part of that discussion, but we're in the early years of it yet. It's been pretty effective for type 1, and it's really, in some ways, it's kind of made for type 1, although there may be some opportunities for people with type 2 as well.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's the issue here. I want to ensure that there's a sense of equity, and if there are groups that are disproportionately impacted, for example, a person with type 2 diabetes who still injects insulin, we look at some jurisdictions where there is that is the criteria, that if you inject insulin, then you have the ability to be covered for CGM. So I wanted to raise the issue on behalf of organizations who really care about that and want to ensure that the government is considering any inequity that exists, looking at disproportionate impacts on particular patient populations, and also looks at definitions and criteria that are in place in other jurisdictions which are broader than they are in British Columbia. So I do have some additional questions related to that, which I can just share with the Minister to ensure that I have honored my commitment to bring those issues forward. And I would also appreciate any information that the Minister or Ministry might have related to those impacts in particular. I wanted to first of all, I want to say how much I appreciate the staff in the Ministry of Health. We have been in 3 different rooms through the course of our discussions, and we'll continue here in just a few minutes. But I just want to say how grateful I am, because I also know the process well, having been on that side of the house for 16 years of my career. I know how much effort it takes to prepare, to be here to support the Minister, because a lot of other work stops or it's being juggled off desks. So I do want to say how very grateful I am, and I'm also appreciative of the Minister's respect for this process. It is about giving the opposition, the third party, the opportunity to actually ask questions that matter to British Columbians, and especially at a time when we have a healthcare system that is, and I have used the word, and I don't use it lightly. I feel that, we have to deal with the reality that many, many British Columbians are facing. They feel like the healthcare system is in crisis. There are healthcare workers who are burnt out, stressed out. And I didn't want to overuse the words moral distress, but I hear it all the time, and I know the Minister does as well. And that impacts the quality of care for people. And we also need to take care of our healthcare providers, our nurses, the people on the front lines, our paramedics. So I just wanted to be sure that I had the opportunity to adequately express my gratitude for the process and the opportunity. It is very important, and I do appreciate it. I would like to ask the Minister about the reluctance by the government to deal with the issue of AEDs and public access to them. We know that they save lives, and it is an area of, I know that there's going to be a committee that looks at how we reform what happens in this place. People don't bring private members' bills to this place without a lot of passion, about a lot of concern, a lot of homework, a lot of stakeholders that are behind them supporting those initiatives. So I really want to personally urge the minister to think about ways to increase public access to AEDs. It has the potential to save lives. And so I didn't want to miss the opportunity to remind him that I have a private member's bill before this House, and I think that there comes a time when governments need not be afraid of having those debates in this place. So I would just ask the minister to comment for me on the issue of AEDs in public spaces.
Minister.
Yeah, I think, we've seen this, and the question is, around legislation, because I believe a couple of provinces have legislation, just from memory, and the member will know that because she was working on it. I think she may have based her bill a little bit on legislation that would be in place in other jurisdictions. So, I think there's two streams of this, and we had a little bit of an exchange in question period, but one is legislative, and the other is actually getting the AEDs on the ground, right? Which would be required in any event. You take legislative action, and I think the most frustrating part of it is that isn't even the beginning of the story, just as the ratification of the nurses' agreement today really isn't the beginning of that story. What's of concern to me, and as we look across the province, is how different it is in different places in the country. BC is, in terms of per 100,000 population, so a measure, apples to apples measure. The province with the most AEDs is Saskatchewan. Don't think they have legislation, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. They have the most population, then Manitoba, which does, is second. And those are at 443 per 100,000, 324 per 100,000. The lowest, oddly, are Ontario and Quebec, which are 21, 27. They skew the national average quite a bit, those jurisdictions, right? And so BC actually looks better because the most of the country, which is Ontario and Quebec, are low, right? So it skews the national average. But BC is lower at 46 than most other jurisdictions. And I don't think we should be lower. And so what I pledge to do is work with the honourable member on that question. I think that, and I appreciate it, I'm not disrespectful of legislative process or private members' bills. That hasn't been a tradition in BC over decades and over multiple governments, multiple NDP, Liberal, social credit governments. It hasn't been our tradition here. However, I also think that the substance of it is, what is the system we have in place, and is that adequate? And I think for all the work of the Heart and Stroke Foundation and the support we're giving them now and everything else, I think it's fair to say it's not adequate. And so how do we address that? And whether that's legislative change is almost not irrelevant, but because the member will argue rightly that that's a motivator. Of course it is. She'll argue that out. And of course I understand that as a legislator myself. But how do we address that? And let's acknowledge together that it's not enough, that it's not good enough, that we should expect it to be more and seek ways, and that's certainly what we're doing with the Heart and Stroke Foundation. I know the member will be supportive of this, to actually do that so that we're working together to increase the numbers. And if we can make it available, and also that they be maintained and supported and put in, so if we can do that, then it actually becomes easier to do legislation because we're closer to where we need to be, and there's not a chasm between what the legislation requires and where you are. So that's to give a maybe more thoughtful response than we had time to do in question period. That's how I'm reacting. I am totally supportive of the member bringing forward ideas and legislation. Did it myself, think highly of it, think it's important.
Member.
Well, I really appreciate that response and I also want to echo the minister's comments about Heart and Stroke. They are incredible, and they have, a small group of people. It's so like the organizations that the minister and I both work with. whether it's the ALS Society or whether it's, Canadian Cancer or whether it's Alzheimer's or whether it's, heart and stroke. The list goes on, and those are organizations driven mostly by volunteers and small offices who are, literally punching above their weight. So, I do appreciate the minister's comments, and, he knows that my family and I will continue to place them one at a time. It'll take us a long time to get the entire province done, but we will continue to work in our region. I would urge the minister also to think about the importance of registering an AED, because there is some fantastic work being done by physicians, and I think the minister was at that luncheon as well, where a physician presented. He can actually line up where AEDs are and where cardiac events occur. And so when you think about, from a pragmatic perspective, how do we place AEDs? Where would we begin a program like that? We could actually match up the data that says here's where, and tragically, many of them obviously happen in neighborhoods, homes and residences, things like that. But the work is fabulous, and I was able to see in Prince George there's a pretty good alignment, but I will have a better sense of where I should be thinking about that on behalf of my family. So I do appreciate that. I think registration is critical, maintenance, all of those kinds of things. So I do want to thank the minister for that, and again, thank Heart and Stroke. Many more questions, but I certainly look forward to the follow-up that the minister and his staff have committed to in terms of sharing that information. I think that transparency, data, all of those things really matter. And the more we do that, the more we can rebuild confidence in the system, and also just express my gratitude to the healthcare workers who every day step up on our behalf. I'm deeply grateful, and I certainly never intend for questions and tough questions to be about them. It's about the system and about working to do better. So I want to thank the minister and his staff for their time.
Recognizing the member from Nechako Lakes. Oh, you want to respond? Sorry, Minister.
Now a few times together, just to express my appreciation to her, to say that if there are questions that are on the list that were not asked, if she can provide those in writing to us, and we will treat them as estimates questions, even if they weren't brought forward. I know I owe you some answers from the estimates, or I owe the member some answers and some estimates. You see how that goes, and I think that's an important question. I think it's also, just on the AED issue, if I might say finally, is I think we need some examples of communities that are centers of excellence from that, and think about how we do that to show a model for other communities. And there may be ways to work, for example, with Northern Health in her community, so that it becomes a provincial standard, something we can work on. But thank you to the member for coming to the estimates, so prepared, and for the excellent exchange we've had. So thank you. And I know there's the member from Nechako Lakes.
Recognizing the member from Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've got a number of questions that I want to be able to ask Health. Unfortunately, likely it'll mean carrying Health over into next week, and apologize to the staff for that, because I know everybody's busy with everything. But I know the minister also knows the file so well that maybe he can handle most of those questions without staff next week. But maybe I'll just start with a straight-up question, which is around the Fort St. James Hospital that is being built. And what I'd like to just confirm from the minister is the timing for completion of the project. The budget, of course, it's gone up significantly. And then a follow-up, which I want to ask with regard to staffing of the project.
Minister.
Yeah, I love this hospital project. I could talk about this hospital project all day. The government House leader is now encouraging me to do so. So I appreciate his encouragement, his support always in these matters. A couple of things just to say about this hospital. First of all, obviously, we're looking for the hospital to be substantially complete in 2024. And we had lots of bidders for the hospital. It's one that the community has fought for a long time. I think the day we announced that the member was there, when we announced the approval of the concept plan out on the, looking over the community, and members of the Nakasley Nation were there. It was one of the best days I've had as Minister of Health. It was extraordinary. I want to say that we have stepped up because we appreciated some of the limited capacity of the Stewart and Chaco Regional Health District. So while there's often a 60-40 arrangement, we stepped up in this circumstances with a different policy, which I've had to explain to every other project in BC, but I was happy to do. So the local contribution is actually 11.6%, but it's still considerable. And that it's going ahead, it's going well, it's a fantastic project. It's going to mean so much to healthcare workers and to people in Port St. James and the whole neighboring community. And you know, that's a community that's had a temporary modular hospital. The government House leader will be interested in this. Has had a temporary modular hospital since 1972. And that facility, and now we're building the permanent hospital the community needs. And I know the member is very supportive of our efforts to do that. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I wasn't sure whether that was a go on. I move that the House rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Ask the minister to move the motion. You just did. Oh, you just did? Oh, sorry. The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned.
Minister? Thank you. Committee Chair.
Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Health and asks leave to sit again.
And when shall that committee sit again? Government House
Next
Leader.
sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
It ain't over till it's over. Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports progress on estimates of the Ministry of Attorney General and asks leave to sit again.
And when shall that committee sit again?
Next setting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill 10 complete without amendment.
Thank you, member. And when shall that bill be read a third time?
Now.
Thank you, honourable member. I'll get a copy of the bill here. The question is third reading of Bill number 10. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion is carried. On division. Thank you, members. Honourable members, the motion for third reading of Bill number 10 entitled Budget Measures Implementation Act 2023 is carried and the bill is passed. Government House Leader. Members, the question is adjournment of the House. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, members. The House will be adjourned until Monday at 10 a.m.